Yet I am confident I will see the Lord's goodness while I am here in the land of the living. Wait patiently for the Lord. Be brave and courageous. Yes, wait patiently for the Lord.
Life React Bits. Prime React.
I cry aloud to the Lord. I lift up my voice for mercy. I pour out before Him my complaint. Before Him I tell my trouble. Before Him I lay it all bare.
When my spirit grows faint within me, it is you who wash my way.
In the path where I walk, they have hidden a snare for me. In the path where I walk, they have hidden a snare for me. I cry aloud to the Lord. I lift up my voice to the Lord for mercy. I pour out before Him my complaint. Before Him I tell my trouble. When my spirit grows faint within me, it is you who watch over my way. In the path where I walk, people have hidden a snare for me.
Look and see, there is no one at my right hand, no one is concerned for me. Look and see, there is no one at my right hand, no one is concerned for me. I cry to you, Lord, I say you are my refuge.
My portion in the land of the living. Listen to my cry, for I am in desperate need. Rescue me from those who pursue me, for they are too strong for me. Set me free from my prison, that I may praise your name. Then the righteous will gather about me because of your goodness to me.
Hear my prayer, oh Lord.
listen to my plea. Answer me because you are faithful and righteous. Don't put your servant on trial, for no one is innocent before you. My enemy has chased me, has knocked me to the ground, and forces me to live in darkness like those in the grave. I am losing all hope. I am paralyzed with fear. I am losing all hope. I am paralyzed with fear. I am losing all hope. I remember the days of old. I ponder all your great works and think about what you have done. I lift my hands to you in prayer. I thirst for you as parched land thirsts for rain. Come quickly, Lord, and answer me, for my depression deepens. Don't turn away from me, or I will die. Let me hear of your unfailing love each morning, for I am trusting you. I am trusting you. Show me where to walk, for I give myself to you. For I give myself to you. Rescue me from my enemies, Lord. I run to you to hide me. Teach me to do your will, for you are my God. May your gracious spirit lead me forward on a firm footing, for the glory of your name, oh Lord. Preserve my life. Because of your faithfulness, bring me out of this distress in your unfailing love. Silence all my enemies and destroy all my foes. Oh, say I am. Teach me to do your will, for you are my God.
Okay, you know what? This is what happens when I don't double check what's going on my screen. Let me know if you can now hear me. I was seeing in the chat that y'all could not hear me whatsoever. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let me double check on Twitch. Okay. Let me double check on Twitch. Okay, it sounds like we are good to go. Okay, so today is going to be a React / co-work stream where I'm going to be playing all parts of the Danish Deception by Onika. Onika, if I said your name wrong, please forgive me. But you can find her on TikTok at Onika Ai. Nigerian names. as a Ghanaian, yes, I know our names can be complicated, but I always struggle with Nigerian names. And from my understanding, like I really tried not to look too deep into this because I do want to just give first impressions. But from my understanding, she ended up with a Danish man who ended up scamming her and her family, her entire family, out of over 300K. I am not sure how that happened, but we're gonna find out. Now, with this series, she has a 25-part series, and it is 4 hours. Are we going to do all 4 hours today? That is the overly ambitious goal, but we are at least going to try to get 2 hours in. So if you've got things to do, at least plan for at minimum 2 hours of like co-working, getting your chores done and everything like that, and us yapping and chatting along the way. For some reason, okay, there we go. I was like, for some reason, YouTube is not picking up the audio, but now I'm hearing it. So if at any point the audio cuts out, let me know. Also, I'm going to be moving around the house. So if I just pop off screen, or if you end up seeing my camera go off and you see this picture, it's just because I'm out of the frame, but I can still hear every single thing this woman is saying. And you bet your booty that we are going to be reacting where needed, because I've heard that this is quite a wild ride. I'm going to start playing it at 1x speed. And if it's too slow for you, because I have ADHD brain, so I usually listen to like everything on 2x speed, but I also know that some of you will want to end up speeding up my reaction if you're watching on replay. So if it ends up being too slow while we're live, you just let me know and I can pop it back up to 1.5x speed, so that we can get through all of this in less than 4 hours. Also, I want to thank my assistant Jella for compiling all of Onika's videos, all 25 parts, so that we could just have one seamless video to go through and react. But you can see every single part will be at the top. So without further ado, enough of my yapping. Actually, that's what you're here for. But let's get started with Onika's Danish deception and get some work going.
Decided to go to Hvar, Croatia because...
Okay, so let's start her right at the beginning.
The Danish Deception, Part 1. Okay, so it all started in June of 2022. I was in a place in my life where I was working 2 jobs. I was working like a dog, and I knew I needed a break. So I reached out to my friend, Sarah, who was living in Germany at the time with her husband, and I said, let's take a trip. Let's go somewhere in Europe. And she was so down, and we were trying to decide where we wanted to go, and we decided to go to Hvar, Croatia, because we wanted somewhere that was like a cute local town that was by the water, but it wouldn't be as crazy busy as other places in Europe.
Okay.
And so we decided to go to Hvar. We flew to Split first, met there, took a ferry over. And at first I was just so amazed at how beautiful this place was. And so the first night I was a little bit jet lagged. So we kept it very chill, grabbed dinner, then went back to our Airbnb. And the next morning when we woke up, we had literally 2 things on our agenda, and that was to eat and drink and be by the water. And well, I guess that's 3 things, but yeah, eat, drink, and be by the water. So we went to Hula Hula, which if you've been to Hvar, you've been to Hula Hula. It's this beach club that's
her smile is so
very well known there, and it's right on the water. And we're laying in day beds kind of off to the side, minding our own business, sipping mojitos. And I look up and I see this very attractive man.
Okay.
And the first thing that came to my mind was, this man looks like he is walking straight out of a Calvin Klein ad. And I'm telling you guys, 6'3", blonde hair, blue eyes, chiseled skin, so tan, muscles everywhere. I was definitely taken aback. And I feel like it takes a lot for me to really double take a man just based on his looks like that. And 100%, I was a little bit just in awe. I didn't even realize that he was like with a friend at first. And so I'm still minding my own business, keeping it chill. And he looks over at me and he says, how are the drinks? And I said, the drinks are wonderful. We're just sipping mojitos. He said, should I get us all around? And I said, absolutely. Number 1, he's cute. Number 2, who wouldn't want a free mojito? So I said yes. We got a round of drinks and we're sipping our drinks and we just start small talking. And I asked them where they're from. And they say that they're both from Denmark.
Let me fix that real quick.
My ex was living in Copenhagen, and then his friend was living in a smaller town called Aalborg, which is north of Copenhagen, and that was actually my ex's hometown, that his friend was still living there. And so we were just small talking the whole time. We didn't really talk about a whole lot of things. It was just like, where are you from? and just basic things. But they were asking us, what's your plan for the rest of the trip? And we told them, you know, we're doing a full day boat excursion tomorrow, and then we're going to dinner tonight at this place called Dalmatino. And he said, oh,
I'm gonna just say something real quick as someone who, you know, traveled a lot in a past life. Even if I'm with friends and a man or like a group of men ask us like what our plans are, I'm usually going to not be fully forthcoming with what my plans look like. I'll be very vague about it because you don't know who you are actually meeting when you are out and about. And yeah, it might seem safer because you are seeing that man with like their friends and stuff like that, but some male groups are unhinged. Some male groups are a little bit all crazy, you know, the crazy flocks together. So personally, if a man ever asks me like, oh, like what are you guys doing for like what's the rest of your plans for vacation, and this is actually just with guys, like even like with women, like I randomly meet out like when I'm on vacation and stuff like that, I'm not going to tell you beat by beat like what my actual plans are, and I'm not going to actually give you like names of specific places unless like it's unavoidable, like oh yeah, I'm going to go watch go to the theater and watch like a live show and there's only one theater. Okay, well, like you would know where I'm going. But let me know what your thoughts are on that, because I really, especially when I'm used to solo travel, I am so overly cautious about giving specifics and details about what my plans are for vacation, because y'all know sexual trafficking is on the rise, and it's just one of those things where I feel like a lot of us, we just intuitively just share with people whenever we're catching a vibe with them, but you gotta be real careful with that because you never truly know someone's intentions. Just some tips out there for those of you who travel. Like if someone asks you like, oh, what are your plans? Be vague AF. And if you struggle with coming up with like things to say in the moment, practice it before you end up going on your trip.
oh, how's the dinner spot? And I was like, I don't know, but I got recommended by a friend to go there. And he was like, okay, well, maybe we'll meet up with you guys again later. And I said, sure. So we're getting a little bit tired. So we decided that it's time for us to leave. And so as we're leaving, I decide to make a bold move and just ask him for his Instagram. And obviously I'm trying to be a little sly. So I asked him and his friend for their Instagrams, and we exchange Instagrams. We get into our taxi to go back to our Airbnb, and we're literally en route to our Airbnb, and I get a DM from him, and he basically said, it was so nice meeting you. Have fun at Dalmatino. Maybe we'll see you guys later. Didn't read anything into it. I just was like, it was fun to just have a conversation with a cute guy. And so we go back to our Airbnb, we get dressed, we get ready for dinner, and we're like on our way to dinner, and he is like messaging me about the restaurant and asking us details about it. I didn't like think anything of it. But we sit down, we're having dinner, we have a spectacular dinner, and we're finishing off the evening with our desserts, AKA espresso martinis. And I'm sipping my drink, and I look up and I see him and his friend at the restaurant. And they walk up over to us, and I'm like, oh, hey. He's like, yeah, like they're a little booked up, but they said they can like seat us in like 20 minutes. I was like, oh, cool. Well, we're about to be done, but you know, we'll go grab a drink. Maybe we can like meet up later. And he said, okay, sounds good. So it's kind of awkward timing because we were finishing up dinner while they like hadn't even been sat yet. And so we went to a bar across the street and we were grabbing drinks, and I just like, I hit a wall, and I was like, okay, now I need to go to sleep. And I was super jet lagged. And so I sent him a DM just basically saying, hey, we are so tired. We have a full boat excursion tomorrow. I don't think we're going to stay out much later. And he was like, that's totally fine. And so the next day we wake up, we get on the boat, and I start obviously posting like all my cute photos. Like, remember I took a photo driving the boat, and like we were just, you know, having fun. And I was like looking at my Instagram story, and I see he's like,
Guys, this is like making me so nervous for her because she is honestly kind of being like prime victim, especially considering she has a considerable social media following. I can't remember if I saw like somewhere that she used to be on The Bachelor or not, but I feel like basic like social media and online safety 101, especially as a woman, you post all of the things after you've left the place, because you never know who's watching. As someone who has been stalked, I have an open police investigation for the guy who decided to follow me around in his car. You don't put yourself at risk like this. And it honestly, it makes it very Like, if there's someone who wants to prey on you, and obviously this man is a predator in some way, shape, or form, I guess we'll find that how this unfolds later on. But if there's someone who wants to prey on you and he really wants to keep an eye on you, you're making it so easy for him or any other person who has bad intentions for you to track you down. Like, you are on vacation, you are in a place where, like, you know, it's new to you, you meet this man, he has your social media, you're posting real time where you're at, he's able to find you, he already showed up to, like, the restaurant that you mentioned. Like, it's giving you are not very safety conscious as a woman. And maybe it's just me because of the things I've experienced that I'm maybe overly cautious, but these are the things that help me to be safer when I was traveling solo or with friends. Like, there's just things that you don't do. I never post real time. Like, most of the time now, like, I went to London during the summer, and I don't think social media really knew except for like our clients, because I don't post real time. And if I do want to share, like, I'm enjoying the time with the people who are there. I understand it's a little bit different when you're a social media creator and content creator and stuff like that, but just never post real time. Like, that's so dangerous. And she's really setting herself up to be someone who is just very easily preyed upon. Like, that's the best way that I can think about it. It's like, if someone is looking for an easy target right now, especially on vacation, she's making herself quite an easy target for anyone who potentially has like nefarious intentions, wants to like get to know her, like, she's making herself a really, really easy target. And I hate saying that, but we got to be really safety conscious as women when we are traveling.
Hearting every single story, and like, he's responded to a couple of them. I am not the type of person that reads very much into activity on social media like that, but it was something that I noticed. And so, you know, we continued on with that for like a day and a half. And then he reaches out to me and he says, hey, like, what are you guys doing? And at this time, it is our last night in Havar. And he said, what are you guys doing tonight? And I said, we don't really have plans because we didn't. And he said, well, do you guys want to come to dinner with us? And me and my friend were like, absolutely, sure. And she wasn't really down to go. I kind of forced her because I was like, this guy's hot and it's a free dinner. Like, let's just go. It'll be fun. And so she's a good friend. So she came with me and we get to the restaurant and him and his friend are sitting across from each other. So obviously I took the seat next to him. I was sitting across from my friend and we're sitting there, we're having a wonderful dinner and drinking tons of wine. And I come up with this idea to play this game where I'm asking his best friend to describe what my ex's type was. And because we were obviously like vibing with each other, and I was just curious. And so his best friend starts listing off everything, like good morals, hard worker, all these things. And like, I felt like he was describing me. And after his friend was done talking, my best friend basically said, you know, aside from being a good cook, she checks off every single box. And I remember I looked at him, my ex, and I said, but I will become a great cook for a good man. And he starts laughing. And I remember I put my hand on his leg. And that was the first time in my life that I felt that instant electricity from someone's touch. Like, it literally felt like I was getting shocked. And
okay, this might be the traumatized girl in me, and y'all let me know. Like, I want to hear your feedback. As someone who has a trauma history, I have been preyed upon a lot in my life, had a lot of abuse, sexual abuse, in relationship abuse, all of those things. I red flag anyone that gives the immediate electricity, butterflies kind of vibe or feeling. And this is something that I worked on with my therapist when I was learning how to choose healthier partners and how to discern a partner that was actually healthy for me and my nervous system versus a partner that was actually raising anxiety in me. And intuitively, it wasn't sitting right with my body. And sometimes I would mistake those intuitive hits for, oh, butterflies, like, oh, like this is special, oh, this is magical. I went from chasing that, oh yeah, like that lightning bolt kind of touch, that butterflies in your in your stomach kind of queasiness, to chasing the feeling of peace, of calmness, of, okay, this doesn't feel overwhelming. It just feels good. It feels peaceful. And that, for me, at least in my journey, has what led me to meeting my partner, my future husband, and everything like that. It really, like, just knowing that there is a scam aspect to this, it's giving me, oh, there are so many red flags. But if this is like your first time dealing with a man like this, you're not going to be able to discern if these lightning bolts that you're feeling, or these sparks that you're feeling, is actually your nervous system trying to warn you against what is potentially to come. But let me know if this is something that you implement in your dating life. I remember one girl on, I think it was like Second Date Update, she said like her therapist told her to go for to chase the fireplace instead of the firecracker. So the firecracker were the guys who were like super exciting for her, but they were always usually like quite chaotic and brought with them a lot of issues. And the fireplace were supposed to be the guys who actually regulated her nervous system and were healthier partners for her. So similar concept to what my therapist taught me. It's like the fireworks seem really great in the moment until you have to deal with all of the chaos that fireworks can bring. But someone who's a fireplace, who makes you feel calm, who makes you feel peaceful, who makes you feel at home, who makes you feel like the safest, most secure version of you, that's usually what you want to go for, unless you are someone who prefers a little bit more of like a turbulent dynamic. So yeah, her description just triggered something in me. I'm like,
we instantly like had this physical attraction towards each other. And we started talking about what we did for work. And I told him that I was working as a real estate agent and in tech. And then he told me, he's like, I'm actually chief commercial officer for a ad tech company that does marketing for real estate companies. So I was working in real estate and tech, and he was working in real estate and tech, and everything just like felt like it was aligning. But again, I'm like, this guy lives in Copenhagen. There's nothing that's going to come from this. So after dinner, we go and grab some drinks at a bar nearby, and we grabbed one drink, and they're definitely gearing up to go back out. And it was our last night, and my friend really did not want to go out. And I am not the type of a girl to ever leave my friend for a man, never in a million years. So I ended up just saying, hey, I think we're going to call it a night and we're going to head out. And he was respectful of that 100%. And I remember we just hugged goodbye and we left, and that was it. And so we're going back to our Airbnb, we're walking home, and I get a DM from him, and he said, it was so nice meeting you. I hope it's not the last time. Also, South Africa's happening. I can see it. And the reason why he said that was because I was telling him that I had wanted to go to South Africa for that following Christmas, and because my family was going to be traveling. And he said, I've always dreamt of going to South Africa. And I jokingly was like, well, you're invited if you want to come. And so whenever he made that comment to me in the DM, I was like, okay, sure. I am not thinking anything of it, right? At this point, whatever, like this guy lives 5,000 miles away from me. I'm not thinking anything of it. So the next day, my friend goes back to Germany, and I go to Barcelona to meet up with some friends. And again, I'm like posting throughout my trip, and every time I look at my phone, it's like he's DMing me, messaging me, and he's continuing all of this. And I'm just a little bit shocked, but also like very interested still at the same time. And he was remembering things that I told him at dinner. Like I had told him that I was gonna buy a Chanel bag because I wanted to reward myself for working hard. And he had messaged me and been like, hey, did you get your Chanel bag? And I was literally like drunk off sangrias in my bikini and cover up in the Chanel store when I got that DM. And I sent him a selfie, and he said, this is the best photo I've ever seen. And I just like felt like I could just be myself with him already. And you know, we were just getting along and having good conversation. So again, he doesn't even have my phone number at this point. We were literally just flirting through DMs. Okay. So I end up leaving Barcelona the next day, And I land and he sends me a message and he said, "What are you doing this weekend? Do you want to go to Ibiza?" And I saw the message and I was like, "What?"
What?
And we will continue in part 2.
That was a cliffhanger, but once again, so many red flags. I've had that too, where there's that question of, hey, like, do you want to go on a trip with me? And I mean, depending on the circumstance, sometimes I'm just like, bruh, like, I've only got so much vacation. When I was working full time in oil and gas, I'm like, I've only got so much vacation left, and you were not part of my plans for this year. But also, it's another one of those things that can be a red flag, especially for like individuals who are potentially narcissistic, because oftentimes they'll do what is called is it like future casting or future projecting, where they'll talk about like things that are coming up in the future, but not actually uphold what they said. So what they'll tell you they're planning something and it won't actually come to fruition. They won't take action on it. Or there will be a lot of different loopholes around making that action happen. For example, if a guy says, "Oh, like, hey, like, you want to come to Ibiza with me," and then they end up like making you pay for the ticket and everything like that, whereas how they stated it, you were thinking that they were paying for it. Like that's the kind of thing that, once again, red flags, or in this case, pink flags, because she's still getting to know the guy. Those aren't things that necessarily you would end up not seeing someone about, but it's definitely something to keep at the back of your mind. Like, this is a lot quickly, but everyone moves differently. Like, if it wasn't for all of my experience through therapy and with different partners and everything like that, when my partner showed up, because my partner is a very, very securely attached, grew up in a 2-parent household where the parents love each other an insane amount and they are very affectionate towards each other. If it wasn't for the fact that I had gone through so much therapy, when my partner showed up, I would have assumed that he was love bombing me, because he just showed up so strong and correct, and that's exactly everything I prayed for. You can literally look back in my journals. It showed, like, I literally stated, like, I just want a man to show up. There's no doubt that he's interested in me. Like, he shows up very strong, like no hesitation whatsoever. And I prayed for that, but when it actually showed up, I was like, are you trying to love bomb me? So, like, once again, red flag or pink, these are pink flags. They aren't things that you would write someone off of, but it's something to keep in the back of your mind, because you're just like, okay, if you say you want to do this thing, how are we actually going to do it? So let's get into part 2.
Danish deception part 2. Okay. So he sent me this message saying, "You should come to Ibiza this weekend. I'm going with a bunch of friends." And he's like, "I'll send you the flight. Everything will be paid for." And I thought about it for a second, because come on, who wouldn't want to go to Ibiza? And then I thought a couple of reasons why I didn't want to go was mainly because I just bought a Chanel bag. So I was like, I want to work and make more money. And also I felt like this is the type of guy that things come easy for him. And this is not something that's going to be easy for you to obtain. And I didn't want our first weekend to be like just partying together with all of his friends. Like, that's not what I wanted. So I ended up telling him no, but I just ended up saying that I needed to work. And I thought he was never going to talk to me again. But somehow this like lit a fire under him, and he became even more persistent, and he started pursuing me even more. And he was sending me messages like, "When are you going to come visit me in Copenhagen?" Or, "I would love to come to Dallas to come see you." And I was just like, who is this man and what's happening? Still not really taking him serious. And then maybe like a couple weeks later, he sends me another message. And at this point, we're still talking pretty consistently on Instagram. We still do not have each other's numbers. And he sends me a message. He says, "Hey, I have a work conference coming up in Monaco, and I would love for you to come." And I read that message and I was like near the south of France, like that Monaco? And he was like, "Yeah, like I can get you your flight and everything will be taken care of." And I was like, okay, well, give me some time to think about it, because I didn't want to say yes on the spot, but I was like, okay, this is something I definitely want to consider. So I thought about it for a while. I talked to my friends about it. I talked to my sisters about it. At first I was like, I don't think I'm going to do it. Like, this is crazy. And then over time I started like talking myself into it. And then one morning I woke up and I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go to Monaco. So I sent him a message and I said, "Hey,
like, if I was Onika's friend, like, listening back, I'm so curious, like, what her friend's thoughts were. But there's just something not sitting right with me about, actually, it's not necessarily something that's not sitting right with me about his actions. I feel like we're missing so much context as to the interactions between them that weren't about, like, all of these trips. because obviously the guy is continuing to pursue you because there is some reciprocation in some way, shape, or form, right? So I'm just curious as to like initially was it all him being like, hey, fly to me, fly to me, fly to me, which is a big red flag as a woman. I'm not flying to you unless you're putting me up in like a separate hotel, paying for that, all of that stuff. But also, like, did he maybe end up saying, hey, like, yeah, I can fly to you, like he'd go to Dallas for her, to take her out on a date, like after she rejected all of the options to like go to him. I just don't like it when, you know, the man's pursuing and he's telling you like, come to me, come to me, come to me. To me, that just, it doesn't sit right, especially when it comes to your own safety. If he wants to fly to you, book himself up in a place, and then take you out on a couple dates, that's fine. But when it's like the other way around, where he's like, hey, like fly away from like your safety, like the people that you know, all of that, and come to me, someone that you've never actually gone on a real date with, that is such a freaking big red flag. And I'm also curious to like in terms of like where she was at in her life at that point, where a man is pursuing you so hard, and was she not interested in him? Was there something else that was going on mentally for her or like physically for her, where she was just like I really don't know about this? Because I'm like, if a guy's coming at you that hard and you're interested, and you said that he was super attractive and all, like, and there was alignment in even like the job market that you two work in, I'm curious what was initially like stopping her from accepting those previous opportunities, minus like the Chanel bag thing and wanting to make her money. But it's, I don't know, I'm just getting a feeling that she probably knew intuitively like there was something off, but then ended up pushing past it because he wore her down. And by the way, that is a very common tactic that a lot of unhealthy partners, manipulators, narcissists, whatever you want to call them, will end up using. Because if you are still reciprocating, it's essentially they'll be like, well, it's eventually time until she either says yes or she ends up like blocking me. So that's one thing that I would be wary of. Like, she must have been reciprocating in some way, shape, or form. And if she wasn't, then why would he have kept pursuing her like that? And also, why did she not reciprocate it until, you know, how many ever different flights that he he put forth, and he offered. There we go. It's
I
interesting.
decided I'm going to come to Monaco. And he sends me a message. He said, this is the best day ever. I'm so happy. Send me your passport and everything. I'll book the flight. So I sent him a picture of my passport. And I also was like, oh, and by the way, here's my phone number. He was like, I've been waiting for you to give this to me for now like weeks. And I said, okay, here you go. Thank you for like inviting me on this trip. So I give him my phone number and he sends me a message and he said, it took you long enough. And I said, oh yeah, well, sorry. I'm just a little bit more reserved when it comes to like dating and men. Like, I just like to make sure like I'm a very intentional person. And he was just so respectful to me. I remember when he was booking the flights and everything, he was like, don't worry, like I'll get you your own hotel room. Like, he was just being so respectful. And so I remember our very first book.
Something just came to my mind. He has done his research. He has done his research. This woman gave him access to her social media. This guy has been studying her. Obviously, first signs of that was when he was like watching her stories, and like, this man has researched her. This man has figured out what kind of woman she is, how she behaves, and everything like that from her social media, because it seems like she's quite active on her social media. When I was dating, I never, ever lead with my social media. I would rather give you my phone number than give you my social media, because my social media, especially as someone who mainly serves women, I share a lot of things that are private that could easily be weaponized against me by someone who's manipulative, like the fact that I have a past abuse history, my mental health conditions, all of that stuff. So personally, you're never going to get my social media first if you're someone who's come to me with the intention of pursuing me. I can count on one hand, like three fingers, the number of men that I was interested in that got my social media before they got my phone number. And one of them was my is my my fiance, and the only reason that happened was because he was taking pictures of me, and I wanted to get my pictures, and he was going to send them to me through Instagram. Actually, funny enough, the other person who got my number like that way was also a photographer. Oh, or who got my Instagram, that my social media that way, was also a photographer, but I wasn't interested in him. I just wanted my pictures because we were out and about in Orlando with Coach Kyle and I, and ended up getting pictures taken, and he ended up sending his the pictures to me through Instagram. So yeah, I'm concerned for her, because any of you who know how men behave when they're interested in you, like when they want to pursue you, they will find information about you. Like my fiance was very upfront, like, yeah, like he Googled me, like he tried to research me as much as like he could to like understand what I was doing and stuff like that. Funny enough, he still never stumbled upon my social media, because when I had given him my social media, the network wasn't working, so he never stumbled upon it, which was perfect. So instead he got my number instead. But yeah, I usually would not, like, if you're someone who doesn't post on social media much and you just mainly use it for communication, that's fine. But if you share on your social media, even if you're not like an influencer, but you share with those who like follow you or your close friends, I would never give a man that you just met your social media. Yeah, I find that giving them your phone number is actually a little bit safer. I know people can get like text now numbers and create like fake numbers and everything like that, but I would rather switch my phone number than to have to deal with someone who's gotten too much access to me immediately from stalking my social media. Also, when it comes to your social media, especially if you are a content creator, people can have preconceived notions of who you are and how you behave because of the content that you make, forgetting that oftentimes on social media, especially if you're like in a specific niche, there is curation to an extent. There's some things that you're holding back. There's some things that you are embellishing or changing to be able to fit your audience. So social media, once again, it's a highlight reel, and if they are making their judgments off of you, off of your social media, that can also make your dating life much harder, and or make you encounter some really interesting scenarios, because people go on a date with you having assumptions in their head already. So yeah, her giving the man her social media, it ain't for me. I would have just given him my WhatsApp number personally. But to each their own. However, considering she does share, she is a public figure on her social media, this man studied the F out of her. Point blank.
Phone call so perfectly because it came completely out of the blue. It was like on like a Tuesday, and I'm sitting at my work desk, and he sends me a message. He's like, "Can I call you?" And I was like, "Oh, he wants to call me?" And I'm literally discombobulated, freaking out. Like, what am I gonna do when this man actually calls me? But I was like, you need to get together. So he calls me, answer the phone. And he's actually in a cab to the airport. He's about to go on a work trip, and we were just small talking about our day. And I felt like those like butterflies that I felt whenever we had been together at dinner in Croatia. And I remember getting off the phone.
Oh my goodness. Seriously, this Coach Kyle is my best friend. If y'all don't know who Coach Kyle is, pop onto my Instagram. But Coach Kyle's my best friend, and when we talk about like dating, like we vet each other's dates. Like when it came to who the man that I call future hubby and everything like that, Kyle got a rundown, word for word, minute by minute breakdown of everything that was happening, and Kyle could not pick up a single red flag. When Kyle comes to me with his dating ish, I do the exact same thing. And the moment that he says that he is feeling butterflies, he's feeling overly giddy, I am just like, huh? You're feeling what? Are you sure that it's like butterflies from, being excited that you might have found the right match and everything like that? Or is it your nervous system trying to tell you something? Is there something off that you didn't pick up on? So when she's saying like, oh, she's getting butterflies, like nervousness is normal and everything like that, but when it's when it's like this, oh, I felt like sparks and like immediately attracted, and like butterflies, with like describing how you're feeling about a person, that to me is a red flag that your nervous system is trying to communicate something to you and you are not listening. Oh my goodness. As women, our bodies don't lie. Like, okay, that's a lie. Our bodies do lie, but like as women, like our bodies are so intuitive and so tapped in that we need to start listening to these signs more. And obviously it's not something that you're necessarily taught, but like I feel like most of us, we've had those situations where we had some some feeling, or for me as a Christian, like, like the Holy Spirit was moving within me where I was just like, the situation isn't right. And oftentimes we've ignored it. You gotta tap into that more. And I hope that your friends get you to think more when those feelings pop up around a potential partner, because that sometimes could get you to analyze the situation a little bit better and be like, oh, okay, maybe I'm feeling this way because they said this thing that's not actually sitting well with me. Because once again, we're missing a lot of context from this. She's tried to shorten it down as much as she can into 25 parts, but I'm just like, I'm wondering if there was something that he was saying, how he was behaving, that was kind of giving her a potential ick that she's not mentioning. Because the signs are there, usually.
With him, and I was just sitting there like cheesing, like, which I don't ever do. And I was just, this guy is special. And he sent me a message and he was like, you are so cute. Like, I love talking to you. And I said, I love talking to you too. And so basically from that moment on, we just started talking on the phone all the time, like for 1 hour, 2 hours a day.
Cute.
We started talking about a lot of things, about a lot of different aspects of our lives. He was telling me that, he was living in Copenhagen. He was living in this condo. Obviously, he knew that I lived in Dallas. And then we started talking about past relationships. And I told him, I was very honest. I said, I actually haven't had like a truly serious relationship before. I have always been a very independent person, but I do want to meet someone. I do want to like get married and have kids, but I don't feel like that pressure to like force it. Like, I have such a great example with my parents, and I really want to have like an amazing love in this lifetime. And so I'm going to take my time to find that. And I asked him, like, what's your history with your dating? And he was like, yeah, well, I actually was in a relationship with a girl, and we were together for about 4 years. And I actually broke up with her about 4 months before I met you. And I said, oh my gosh, like, the 4 years is a long time. He said, yeah, like it needed to happen for a while. And really what happened was that she told him that she was ready to have kids and he wasn't ready to have kids. And I guess that forced him to realize that she wasn't the one, and they were living together. So it was like a really hard situation to get out of, but he finally was able to do so. And so I was happy to hear that had been about 4 months since they broke up, because if he had said like they had just broken up, I would have been a little bit more hesitant to pursue things, because I know like you go through a breakup, you need time to heal. But I felt like, okay, 4 months should be enough time. And then we started talking about like our families a little bit too. I told him I'm super close with my family. He said I'm really close with my mom and my little sister. I do have an older sister that I don't talk to, and basically something happened and she was like being like physically abusive, verbally, physically abusive towards his mom. And he decided to cut her out of his life because she's crazy. And I said, listen, I get that. That makes sense. Like you should not have her in your life. And I think just like over the course of a month, we're talking on the phone for just hours. And I tell people all the time that it felt like we fell in love over the phone, because from the time that I had decided to go to Monaco to the time that I actually left for Monaco, it was a month. And we had this plan that we weren't going to FaceTime at all, because we wanted the next time we saw each other to be in person, which I thought at the time was super romantic. And so, we started talking about like hypotheticals. I remember he told me one day, he said, if we ever end up getting married, you're going to meet the queen. And I remember just like laughing at that comment. And he said, no, I'm being serious. And I said, what do you mean I'll meet the queen? And he said, well, my family has a royal title. And I was like, wait, what? And he sent me this link to this site. It's called the Order of the Elephants. And he said, you could do some research and then we can talk about it. And I said, okay. So I start going through the page that he sent me, and I see someone that had the same last name as him, like some old guy from like the 1700s. And I remember taking a screenshot and I said, is this your great grandpa? And he goes, now you're getting on track. My next question to you is, how's your etiquette? And I was like, I think it's okay. And so I'm sitting here like, who is this man? He's attractive. He has a great job. He has a royal title. Like, is there anything wrong with him at this point?
A few things that popped up for me. When it comes to family dynamics and stuff like that, obviously really important to understand the family that someone came from. And the family that someone came from doesn't actually like fully determine exactly who they're going to be. Some people, they're raised by in really chaotic homes, and as a result of that, they have a complete 180 in their lives, and other times it's the opposite, right? But obviously the only way to verify if anything that he's saying is to actually meet the family, to talk to the mom, to hear about, you know, the relationship breakdown with the sister and everything like that. The reason why, like, for me personally, if I was on it, like, getting to know this man and he mentioned this, and I would actually go and verify with the mom, and have a conversation with the mom about it, is because you want to make sure that things aren't being embellished. Because sometimes, yeah, you know, it might have been the sister who did something, and other times people will twist the truth around that dynamic, and that could reveal a side of him that, you know, she isn't necessarily aware of. So when it comes to like hearing about people's families and stuff like that, I always, like, especially when you're dating, I put it in my mind about like what they're saying, and I verify it later through the people that they've mentioned to me, to make sure that what they're saying is actually truthful. Because when people start lying about like what's going on within their family and everything like that, that's always a huge red flag for me. Because one, why did you feel like you needed to lie? And two, how can I trust you if like something as basic as just telling me about who your family is, you can't be truthful with me about? But yeah, that's something that just stuck out to me. And then the other thing that stuck out to me was the fact that he just felt compelled to bring up this royal title thing, because like unless his royal title gives him any like sort of power, it's a weird flex. It's a very weird flex. Like sometimes people can bring it up as like, oh, like, oh yeah, like cool fact, like you know, in our bloodline we have a royal in our family. That feels normal. That's like, oh yeah, like that's a cool, interesting fact about you and your family. But how she's explaining it sounds like he was trying to be like, oh, like you're going to be like, you know, you're going to be married, potentially marrying into a royal family if like everything that we're talking about actually comes true, which is such a freaking big red flag for like grandiosity and just this feeling of needing to be more important than you are. Yeah, I red flag for me, especially coming like being someone who was in an covert narcissistic abuse relationship. Like that grandiosity, it does start to like pop out in like initially it's something small, but I'm just like, why would he like it's an interesting fact that you have someone of royal blood in your bloodline, but now making it seem like, oh, she's got to like have like proper etiquette and all of this stuff. Like unless your family still has power and you guys are part of the royal family, why does this matter? It's giving you've got some grandiose perceptions about your actual position in life just because a great grandfather or however far removed was once part of the royal family. So red flags. That one is like, I feel like that for me is like the first like official big red flag. Right now I've got a bunch of pink flags, and I'm curious to see how like they like if we're able to verify everything that he's saying and everything like that later on. But for me, like that weird like little bit of like grandiosity is like the first big red flag, like big like official red flag for me. Is like it's a cool it's a cool fact, but why does that impact like my etiquette and like all of this stuff? Like maybe it was said in a joking way, but it just seems like there's too much importance being placed on the fact that, you know, in your bloodline you had someone in the royal family in your bloodline. I'm the granddaughter of I'm the granddaughter of a chief. I don't make too much of a fuss about it, right? So it's interesting.
And I have always believed in the term "it's too good to be true," but I mean, and I was feeling.
I'm just gonna say, as a Christian woman, there's nothing that's too good to be true. God can provide blessings in many different shapes and forms. When I met my fiance, I felt like that, but my fiance also went through very rigorous vetting from me, from my best friend, from my family. I made sure that there was as little opportunity for me to run away into la la land and idealize my fiance as much as possible. And when I made the decision to be with him and everything like that, that was the easiest decision of my life, right? So for me hearing this, it's very like there is no such thing as there's like things are too good to be true. When you meet the person who you feel super aligned with, it can feel that way, but God can perform miracles. I'm just concerned because right now it seems like she's investing a lot emotionally, and I don't know who else she's actually inviting to be, you know, a trusting confidant in navigating this dynamic that she has with this man. Like, are you relaying everything that you're telling us right now to like your best friends? Are they also helping you vet if you are thinking that this is the guy that could be it? Because the moment that I had that feeling like, hey, like this is the person, oh, I could go back and screenshot like the length. Kyle was getting like 30-minute voice notes breaking every single thing down because I did not want to play with potentially getting invested in someone and having blinders on, because we all get blinders on when we are, you know, when we're feeling connected to someone. So I wanted to make sure that there was an objective external source that was analyzing everything. And I'm just worried that right now she doesn't have that, or maybe she does, but they're not like as analytical as Kyle and I are when we are trying to help each other with with our relationships. So
That 100%. Like I felt like, when's the other shoe gonna drop? But it didn't drop that first month. It was just like we truly fell in love over the phone. And so we are getting closer and closer to the trip to Monaco, and I start packing, and I feel like that's like when the nerves start hitting me, was when I'm packing, like, oh my goodness, this is actually happening. And I remember my sister was like, you need to put air tags in like all your bags. And I'm like, I don't need to put air tags in anything. Like, I trust this man. Like, I know like it's gonna be okay.
what the heck? Okay, yeah, okay, so now this is her red flag, and this seems to be Onika, I'm sure that you have grown from this situation, but you cannot be this delusional when you are dating as a woman, as a single woman, as a Black woman, and you're about to go and meet a man that you actually don't know that much about. I know it's been a month. I know your feelings are caught up in it. You cannot be reckless. Okay, so at this point, I can tell that we've got blinders on. I'm pretty sure we've just got rose-colored glasses on. So in a weird way, this kind of like makes her an unreliable narrator, because I'm curious how many red flags were actually missed during this series. Because the moment that you tell me that as a woman who is being flown out by a man that you have only spent a very small amount of time with in person, that you are not going to put air tags in your luggage despite your sister recommending it because you trust this man so much. People trust their husbands for 50 years and still get cheated on. What do you mean? Please don't do what she's doing. It takes, what, a 0.005 seconds to put the air tag in there and get it activated? What do you mean you're not flying out with an air tag, Onika? Old Onika, I'm sure you've learned a lot from this, but... Whoo! Thank the Lord this... Thank the Lord this turned out into a romance scam type of situation instead of a sex trafficking kind of situation. Goodness gracious, girly pop. No way.
Hey, like every part of me felt like so safe with him already, which was crazy because I hadn't really spent much time with him. Maybe this is trauma from being on The Bachelor. I'm not sure.
Okay, so she was on The Bachelor. Sis, I'm assuming that you're in therapy. If you're not, that would be crazy work. And with The Bachelor, I remember like some of like the psychological backing behind it is obviously like they play on your adrenaline and all of this like newness to fall in love and all of that, because it's such a short amount of time that you're trying to get to know someone, and then there's the competition aspect. So I'm feeling like for her, she's used to the sparks and the butterfly kind of feeling as her norm, when realistically it could be her nervous system telling her like, hey, this is not someone that's good for us. But because she's previously been on The Bachelor and is used to probably feeling those emotions when she is interested in someone, she didn't see anything wrong in this situation. Ooh, ooh, girl.
But I felt very safe with him. And so the day comes where I'm supposed to go to the trip, go on the trip. And so I order my Uber, I get to the airport, and I felt like it was kind of like a good sign, because I posted that I was at DFW, and one of my really good girlfriends texted me that lives in a different state. She was like, hey, I'm actually in DFW too. And I was like, oh my gosh. So she comes, meets me at my terminal. She's like, where are you going? I go, I'm actually going to Monaco to meet this guy that I met in Croatia. And she was like, this is insane. And so I just felt like seeing that friend was like a good sign. I don't know why. And I ended up just boarding the flight. I remember boarding that first flight. I had a layover in Madrid, but boarding that first flight, I was sitting there and I was like, this shit is really happening. And all the nerves are just taking over, but I'm like, take a chill pill. It's gonna be okay. You're gonna get there. It's gonna be fine. And at that point, I was like, okay, the worst thing that happens is like, he's a crazy person and I have enough money where I can like just book my own hotel and I'll just have a good time by myself. Like it'll be fine. So I like had that backup plan. But yeah, I had my layover in Madrid and then my next flight was to Nice. And so I board my flight to Nice. It was like a really quick flight and I get to Nice, I land, I get my bags and baggage claim. I sent him a text. I said, I'm here. And I'm rolling both of my bags, about to walk out, freaking out. And let's continue on in part 3. The Danish deception, part 3. Okay, so I'm walking out of baggage claim. I have my bags. And at this point, worst case scenarios are playing in my head. I'm like, what if this whole thing is just gonna be so awkward and we're not gonna have that connection like I think we have? But I also told myself, you're gonna have to figure it out and let's just do this. So I walk out of baggage claim and I'm scanning the scene and I see him. And everything in me feels peace and joy. And I just make a beeline to him. Like, it's one of those, like, I'm walking, but like low-key I'm running. And I finally get to him. He hugs me, but like he picks me off the ground and he's hugging me and I'm hugging him back. And then he puts me down. He looks at me. He goes, hi, Bambi. And that was a nickname he used to call me. And I was like, hi. And we just proceed to make out in the Nice airport for 2 straight minutes. And I am not the type of person to...
Okay. What? In the airport? Okay. You know what? There's nothing I can say. And honestly, like, if I was seeing this couple making out in the airport, I probably wouldn't bat an eye because I would just assume like, hey, they haven't seen each other in a while. I just I didn't expect to hear that. That's wild, girly pop. Okay. Do you, boo-boo?
Ever do that, but I just felt so much attraction towards him and I just did not care. And I remember that we were in the taxi going to the hotel and we had to put ourselves at like an arm's length because we were just like going at it, like kissing. And I was like, this taxi driver is gonna start feeling super uncomfortable. So we're like, we need to stop. And so we get to the hotel, we check in, we get to the hotel room, and let's just say we had a wonderful...
I just realized, I don't know why in my brain I thought that they were staying in separate hotels. Man, this safety thing is really... Girl, a man broke down your defenses that quickly in 1 month over the phone. Actually, okay, right. I had safety concerns for her from the beginning, so I think this is just her norm. It's her life. She's used to being more relaxed with her safety as a woman. But every time that a man has offered to fly me out, there has been the conditions. The first 1 to 2 nights, I'm in a hotel by myself. And usually, ideally, I pick that hotel. But regardless, they don't know my room number until I'm comfortable. Like, I get there, we have our date or dates, and then I feel comfortable. Because once again, you don't know this man. Like, you know this man, but you don't know this man. And as someone who, if you know the timeline of when me and my fiance ended up getting engaged, it sounds hypocritical of me to say that. However, my situation is also a little bit different because I've been dating since I was 13 years old. I have gone through therapy a lot of extensive therapy to deal with the trauma that was dealt to me as a child. I went through therapy to help me learn to choose better partners and to be a healthier partner. And I've also just dated a crap ton. And she was saying that she, she is more intentional. She hasn't had like a long-term relationship. I've been in multiple long-term relationships. So once I met my fiance and I'd been praying for him, I knew without a doubt, because everything that I had asked for in a partner, even down to how he showed up and approached me, was given as the clearest blessing from God that I have ever received. So when I met him, it was done. It was it. But I wasn't delusional. I still ended up making sure I vetted him much harder than any man that I've been with previously. Was there that want to make allowances and to just be like, okay, like, yeah, like we're good. I'm more than happy to, lower my walls? Absolutely. Did I have to fight myself on allowing myself to like move too quickly and to skip some steps of my vetting process? Yeah. Because I wanted to make sure that I was being safe during the entire situation. Even on our first date was what I like to call the infamous 22-hour date, 22 hours. I was texting my mom, my Ghanaian mother, as she's Nigerian, I'm Ghanaian, like my Ghanaian mother, who is more conservative, like all of these things, like would not usually under normal circumstances be okay with me being out with a man for 21 to 22 hours on our first date. I was texting her like the different places that we were going. Like when we got to a new place, I was checking in, like the safety aspect never left my mind, because at the end of the day, I'm still a woman, a 4'11" woman at that. And I don't know how tall Onika is, but I'm someone who weightlifts, and I can push back need be, but there's only so much that you can do against a man, especially a man who is 6 foot. So girl, if I was her friend, I would have so much anxiety during this entire process, because what do you mean that you didn't get a separate hotel room the first night, like just to suss things out? Like this man could have literally put on a mask and said every single thing right until you got there and turned into a completely different person, and you would have had no way to escape. He could have had people waiting for you. Like there's so many ways that this could have gone worser. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's okay. You know what? I just gotta put on like my rose-colored glasses and just get into the Delulu with her, because otherwise, I'm probably just going to keep pausing this video and just being like, what in the world? I'm sure she's learned from this, but whoo, girl.
Multiple times. Mom and Dad, I am so sorry for that part. We ended up going to dinner afterwards, and I just remember sitting here and I was like, I feel like this is my dream come true being here with you. And he said, I feel like this is my dream come true. Like, I'm so grateful to be here. Like, you're like my dream girl, and you were even better than I remembered if that was even possible. And it just felt like everything was aligning perfectly. And so the next day we had a car rental. So we went to Monaco, and that's where his work event was. And I remember he told me, he's like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to bring you to all of the events. And I told him, you know what? I'm going to be in Monaco. So if you can't take me to things, that's fine. I'll just go explore the city. And I remember we get there and he had like a kickoff event, like first things first when we arrived. And so I wasn't invited. I also didn't really want to go. So he went to that, and I was just like exploring Monaco. And he sends me a message. He said, hey, you're going to be able to come to the event tonight. Do you have something to wear? And I remember being like, I didn't bring anything like for like a professional cocktail party. And he was like, oh, well, we're in Monaco, so you wear whatever. And I said, okay. So I remember I put on this green romper and we went to this hotel, and I remember being super nervous because I'm used to like networking, but not with like Norwegians and like a bunch of people that aren't like fluent in English, which actually people in Norway, they all are fluent in English. I was very impressed. But I just started talking to different agents because these were all real estate agents, and I'm a realtor. So I felt like I could connect with them so well. And I remember I was talking to this man, me and my ex were talking to this man, and he was like so interested by me. And he said, are you coming to the boat party tomorrow? And I knew there was a boat party coming up the next day, but I also just like assumed I wouldn't be able to go. And I said, well, I looked at my ex, I go, I don't know, like, am I? And my ex looks at me, he goes, well, you're talking to the CEO, so I think that's fine. I said, oh. The CEO was like, yeah, I'd love for you to come. And he was just so nice. And I met so many great people, and also just watching him in his element working, and he's just so charming and charismatic, and everyone, when people talk to him, they're just so fascinated by him, like I was. And so we had a great night, and then the next day was a boat party, and I remember I was just hanging out on the boat, again, just watching him go talk to all these big customers, and I didn't understand a word he was saying, but I just felt like he just looked like he was super smart. And later on that night, I remember they had another event, and
Just from her smile and everything, you can tell that she really loved him. I really wish that we were listening to a different story, but I feel so bad for her because you can tell, like you could visibly see her eyes light up as she was talking about him. So I can only imagine how much this has been for her to overcome. I still don't know the full story if they're divorced, but like, my heart breaks for her. Falling hard is brutal. It's brutal when it's not a healthy love that you fell for.
I wasn't invited to that event, which is fine, but I came and met up with him afterwards, and we got drinks, and the next day we decided to head to Saint-Tropez. And I remember we get to the hotel in Saint-Tropez. This hotel is so nice. I've stayed in 5-star hotels before, but like I've never stayed in like 5-star hotels that are like a full suite with like private pool. And I like looked up the room, and it was like 1,500 to like 2,000 euros a night. And I'm like absolutely not used to this. And I remember telling him that because I'm not the type of person to like walk into something like this and be like, oh yeah, like I'm used to this stuff. I'm not gonna be fake. So I told him like, I am not used to staying in hotels like this, or like especially specifically suites like this. And he was like, well, you know, while we're together, I want you to know, like, I want to give you the world. And I was like, thank you so much. Like, I feel so grateful. And I remember telling him that in that moment. And later on that night, we go to L'Opera, and we're having a wonderful time, drinking great wine, having good food. And if you've been to L'Opera in Saint-Tropez, it's very much a party restaurant. Like, you have dancers on the tables. It's like, it's a party scene, but like, you know, that's also like kind of like my vibe when I'm like, you know, have a couple drinks in me. And we're sitting at dinner, and he's talking to me about his mom, and talking about how he's so protective over her, and how much he loves her, and how he like would do anything for her. And I remember just like looking at him and just being like, this is like everything I want in a man. If a man is going to treat his family with respect, the chances of him treating your family with respect are so much higher. And I just felt like I saw his heart, and it just made me just fall for him even more than I had already. And I guess
But this is a description. There hasn't been any proof behind this. It's great that he's verbally expressing his love for his mother, but what does that interaction actually look like when you're in the family? Because one of my past relationships where I thought we were going to end up getting married and everything like that, he modeled how he treats his mom from how his dad treats his mom. And although obviously he loved his mother, there were moments where the way that he was speaking to his mother, I was shocked and appalled at. Keep in mind, I am an only child. My mom has been very kind and patient and loving and understanding that I was a little bit mouthy as a child. So when I was in the family, watching the disconnect between how he described his relationship with his mom when we were by ourselves versus what I was actually physically witnessing when I was having family dinners and everything like that, it shocked and appalled me. And it's a conversation topic that came up multiple times because I was not comfortable with it when my mom and my family would come over for dinners with this partner and his family. She was also extremely uncomfortable with how the dad and my partner at the time would sometimes speak to the mom, because the mom was developing, I believe it was Alzheimer's or dementia at that time, and there was very little patience and compassion in some cases. And I understand that condition is extremely hard to deal with and hard to navigate, but this is how they had been treating her and talking to her even before that diagnosis, because she is someone who is more softer spoken and she would be more emotional, and for some reason they felt like they could talk to her a certain type of way. So another like continuously like red flag on for her, like for Onika as a person, is the fact that you are putting all of the weight on this man's word instead of waiting for his word to be matched with action. Is it important to trust your future partner's words and to take them at face value? Yeah. But you don't put all of your eggs in that trust basket until you've had something to back it up. There has never been anything that my fiance has said to me that I couldn't back up with action and proof, either from him directly or from the friends and family that surround him. That was a mistake that I made in the past in my unhealthy relationships, where they would say something or they would tell me something, there would be an action that contradicted that, or someone would tell me something that contradicted that, and I would try to, justify it away or shoo it away. Or I just took them at face value, like their words at face value, even though there had been multiple signs of them being untruthful to me. It's great that he's telling you all of this stuff. He's painting this beautiful, fluffy story to you. And maybe, I'm sure there is love for his mom, regardless. Like most people, they have love for their mom, but there's too much weight being put on his words right now. And I feel like as a woman, that makes you so freaking susceptible to being taken advantage of when you hinge everything on a man's words without seeing his words reflected in his actions. And of course, they're not at that point yet where he's introducing her to the family and stuff like that, but it's concerning to me. Very concerning.
Thoughts had translated to my face because he picked up on some expression and he was like, "What is it?" And I was like, "Nothing." He said, "Tell me." I go, "Nothing." And then he grabs my face and he pulls it close to him. He goes, "Tell me." And I say, "I'm in love with you." And then I started bawling my eyes out at La Opera in Saint-Tropez. And this was a sweet moment, but it was also very uncomfortable and embarrassing because all the workers are all thinking that I'm getting dumped right now when I'm really just falling in love for the first time and like don't know how to control my emotions. And I remember just like bawling my eyes out and being like, "I don't know what to do. I don't know what this feeling is."
Wait, did she just say she's falling in love for the first time? Okay, wait. Yeah, that tracks, because she said that previously she's never been in a long-term relationship. I mean, you can fall in love without being in a long-term relationship. Sometimes you don't get into a long-term relationship because the person you were falling in love with, you ended up seeing their true colors. But the fact that she's describing this as the first time that she's falling in love, I will say I didn't know what love was until I met my fiance. And to any of my ex-partners who magically stumble upon this, I said what I said. I thought what I thought used to be love has very drastically changed since meeting my fiance. And that's not to say that I didn't have a form of love for my partners in the past, but when I met my fiance, it's just such a different feeling. It's an indescribable feeling, and I thank God for it every single day. But it's a kind of love that makes you want to show up to be better, not just for yourself, but for your partner and the dreams that you two are planning together and all of these things. And it can feel like a very overwhelming feeling at times, not in a bad way, but in the sense of like, okay, like I want to show up as the best possible version of me for this person. How do I do that? So for me, like just hearing her say that this is her first time falling in love, that scares the F out of me for her, because this can make you so vulnerable and so susceptible to people who have horrible intentions. out there. And I feel, once again, I feel so bad for her that this was her experience with falling in love for the first time, because that effing sucks. Holy moly.
Like, I don't know what's happening. Like, and he's just sitting there smiling, and he's like, this is like one of the best nights of my life. And he looked at me, he goes, I want to say it back to you, but I also want to have my own special moment, so I'm not going to do it right now. And I said, thank you, God, because I would not want you to tell me right now. And honestly, never in a million years did I think that I would say I love you first to him, but he pulled it out of me and I felt it. So I said, you know what? I'm going to say it. And I did. And it felt so good. And I remember we went back to the hotel that night, got some sleep. And the next morning we went to Bagatelle and we had just like a beach day. And I used to tell everyone that this was the best day of my life, because we spent the whole day just swimming and laughing and eating and having such a great time. And I just thought to myself, like, I could do this forever. And like, I also thought to myself, like, I don't care if we're on a couch in Dallas, Texas, like, I just want to be around him all the time. And so that night we go to dinner, and I remember just asking him, what are the things that you think are important as we like enter into this relationship? And he told me, if you give me respect and loyalty, I will give you the world. And I told him I can do that. And then I told him, there's a few things you should know. Number one, your money is great, but it's the cherry on top of a great sundae. You could lose it all tomorrow and I would not go anywhere. Like, the money is just like this little added benefit, but I love you for you. I'm here for who you are as a person, not the money. Also, cheating is 100% a deal breaker for me. I just feel like I always need to like put that out there. I don't care if we've been married for 15 years with 4 kids, I will leave. I will not put up with cheating. And also, my family is my world. I'm a warrior for my family and friends. And please don't ever put me in a position where I have to choose, because like I love my family so much, and that would be a situation that would cause me so much pain, and I just would never want to be in that position. He said, I understand completely, and I love that about you. So we set those ground rules, and the next day we go to Cannes. And
I'm just going to say my 2 cents on the choosing between family and friends thing. And you can disagree with me on this if you want. However, I do believe in the biblical aspect of, marriage, where once you leave to your mother and father's house to be with your partner and you raise your own family, your family comes first above all else. And some of y'all are not going to like me saying that. And of course, it depends on the relationship dynamic, right? There is some partners that are worthy of that level of loyalty. However, your family should also respect the fact that if they truly love you, they're not going to put you in that position to choose between your birth family and the family that you have created or are creating. So it does worry me, her saying that, in the sense that, okay, so what if there was there ends up being a disagreement between your family and your partner? What if your family or your friends are having issues with your partner? Are you going to be able to discern what potential side to be on? And this is not to say that your partner is always right or anything like that. Sometimes your partner, you do have to have a conversation with them, and you do got to be like, hey, I hear where you're coming from. However, my family is right on this matter. It needs to be XYZ. It does worry me like that. That staunch loyalty is like, hey, like, don't don't put me between my friends and my family and you, because let's say this man ended up being like a really great partner for her and didn't end up putting her through hell, and there was a disagreement between the family that she had to pick a side. Girly pop, it happens. And if you're wondering, like, why do you have this view on, like, hey, like, if push comes to shove and I gotta pick sides, it's going to be my current family, the family that I'm creating. The reason I have that perspective is considering she's African and I am also African, and I also coach African clients. We have had ladies who ended up being in severe financial hardship because the husband or the partner was sending money back home to take care of the family back home, completely neglecting the current family that they have with them, the current family that they have in North America. So when push comes to shove and you've got to pick between the two, I'm sorry, but the family that I'm creating, if they also need help and if I've also got to show up for them, I'm going to do my best to try and help both, or I'm going to do my best to try and be partial to both. But if push comes to shove and my partner or my current family has done nothing wrong, I'm going to side with my partner. And I think that that is an aspect of marriage that we don't have enough conversations about, especially within the African community, because especially if you like end up immigrating, we are so used to helping our family and our parents and to side with them and all of these things. But there will be times in life that you got to make a decision. There's going to be potentially a time in life where you've got $5 left in the bank account and both your family back home and your current family need that $5 and you've got to make a decision. And you can try and do the 250 split, but then if that doesn't help either of them, you've got to make a decision, right? So that's just my stance. Let me know your thoughts on, you know, in terms of like, you know, I will not get between an argument between like my you know, my partner and my family. My partner, my fiance, said it from the get-go, in the sense that when we get married, I am his family. So he's like, I will defend you until the end of the world, And he's like, if you are wrong in a situation, I will correct you behind closed doors. But at the end of the day, when we get married, we are forming our own family, and he is going to show up for me in that way, and he expects the same. And I couldn't agree more, because there will come times where you've got to pick between your birth family and the family that you're creating, and marriage is about creating your new family. So your allegiances do change whether you want it to or not, and some people's allegiances don't change, and that's what can sometimes end up being the downfall of the relationship. Like I said, I've had clients where the husband ended up putting them into financial ruin because he was so concerned about supporting the family back home that he ended up neglecting his own family, and they had 2 kids at that time, so it put a lot of mental strain on them. They are no longer married. Yeah.
Remember that first day in Cannes, we're having a great time. We went to the beach for a little bit and then we decided we're gonna go shopping. And he tells me, you can pick out whatever you want to buy, you can get it. So we're going to like Cartier, we're going to Chanel, we go to Dior. I see this yellow bag I fall in love with, but I felt so uncomfortable because I don't want this man to think that I'm with him for his money. And I didn't want him to feel like I was using him. So I remember just being like, oh, it's okay. Like, I love this purse, but I was like, it's just okay. And we end up going to Dolce & Gabbana, and I pick out this nice pair of $200 sunglasses. And he looks at me, he goes, dang, you're cheap. And I said, I'm a simple girl, even though I wanted the Dior bag. But I wanted him to know that I was there for the right reasons. Oh my gosh, bachelor trauma is still kicking in. And so later that night, we decided to go to dinner.
Do we gotta do like a viewing of what her video, like what her time was in The Bachelor? Because she keeps bringing it up, and now I'm getting curious. Like, considering she said this is the first time she's falling in love, what was her experience like on The Bachelor? If any of you know, like, put the TLDR down below, but maybe I'll go and research into that and get like a summary. I'm sure someone's made like a reaction video or like a summary video on it somewhere. Because what did she experience on The Bachelor that's led to her being traumatized? And could that be playing into this? I've got so many questions.
And we're eating dinner, and I go to the bathroom, and I have myself a fall. Going to the bathroom, going up the stairs, and everything went black. And I will continue on the series in part 4. The Danish Deception, part 4. Okay, just to recap, we went to Monaco, then we went to Saint-Tropez, and we ended the trip in Cannes. And the very last night we had together, we were at dinner, and I'm walking to go to the bathroom, and I fall, and everything goes black. And let me tell you, I am a clumsy person. I know I'm a clumsy person. I'm always tripping over myself. And that day specifically, I had been tripping over my dress pretty frequently throughout the day. But I've never had like a serious accident before like this. And it was completely out of the blue. I was walking up the stairs, and I remember walking up the stairs, and the stairs in France are extremely narrow. If you've been, then you definitely would probably agree with me. And so I basically came to after falling, hitting my head, and I see these three men above me, and they're wearing like these bright turquoise polos, and I remember that they were the waiters. That was what they were wearing. And I remember just like coming awake and being like, what the fuck is happening? But no one was speaking any English. They're all like screaming in French, freaking out. And so I pass out again, then I come to again, and finally I'm able to say, someone go get my boyfriend, and then I pass out again, then I come to again, and then my ex is sitting next to me. And I see him and I'm like, what is going on? He's like, I don't know what happened. I think you fell. And I'm like, I don't remember anything. I don't know what happened. And he looked at me, he goes, do you have a history with epilepsy? I'm like, epilepsy? No, I don't have any history with that. I was like, why? He said, because you've been having seizures for the past 10 minutes. And I was like, seizures? I have never, ever had a seizure in my life. So this was shocking news.
Okay, and did he drug her? Y'all, listen. Because I'm like, my brain is working overtime because initially her saying like she's clumsy and everything, like I thought like, okay, like she tripped and fell. I didn't think like this was I tripped and like bonked my head and I woke up and I don't know anything that's going on. What is happening? I'm sure she'll reveal it to us later, but like in my brain, I'm thinking he drugged her.
But I also wasn't like all the way there. So I was just so confused at what was happening. And I remember touching my head and then I looked at my hand and there was so much blood. Oh. And then I like started looking around and everything felt wet. And I was like, oh my gosh, I was going to the bathroom. So I look at him and I ask him, I'm like, is this pee? He was like, no, they just like dumped water on you. And I was like, okay. And so they basically told us that because the streets in Cannes are so narrow, they couldn't bring an ambulance. It had to be a fire truck, which I didn't care. I just wanted to get to the hospital. So these firemen come and they get me up and I stand up, I look down, look at the puddle of water, then I smell my dress. I go, oh my gosh, this is urine. So you're telling me that I've been dating this man for 3 days and he is now sitting in a pool of my urine and my blood, watching me have seizures.
Jeez.
I was just I couldn't believe that this was the reality of what was happening.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so he didn't drug her, but I don't know if this is... Yeah, I'd be mortified. What?
I get into the truck and they take us to the hospital and I'm still freaking out at this point because I literally don't know if I have like a severe brain bleed or what's going on. And they take us into the waiting room and they're about to take us back. And I remember the nurse said that my ex couldn't go back with me because they still had super strict restrictions from COVID. So he had to wait in the waiting room. And I remember just freaking out because no one is speaking English at this point. And I don't know what to do. I'm so terrified. I feel so alone. And I remember just looking at him and he could just see the fear in my eyes. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. He's like, just stay calm. I was like, okay. And he ends up leaning into me before they tell him that it's time to go. And he tells me, before you go, I just wanted to tell you that I love you. And I just remember being like, really? Here of all places? He was like, yeah, I wanted to tell you. And I said, I mean, I was so grateful to hear it from him, but also I was like, are you only telling me this because you think I'm about to die? And so a lot of things were going through my head. And I ended up going back, getting a CT scan. They ended up saying, hey, everything's good. You just have a severe concussion. Okay. Hence why I had seizures. And they're like, you're gonna have to get 4 stitches.
That's insane.
In your eyebrow. You guys can kind of see the scar. I'm wearing makeup, so you can't really tell. So after I get my stitches, I go back out to the waiting room and I see my ex and I automatically just feel this sense of protection and safety because he made me feel so calm and I was just so grateful to him. And if you watched the Who the Fuck Did I Marry series, I truly believe that this whole experience was the equivalent to Risa Tisa's tire blowout before she met her ex-husband. And God was telling me to run far away from this man. My bad on misinterpreting this message. And I just thought that this was God's way of telling me that this man's gonna keep
Y'all, okay. Rose-colored glasses. I've said everything that I need to at this point because what? Okay. I get I did not expect her I didn't know that there was a Christian influence in this. So this I have so you know what? I'm going to keep listening and I will formulate my questions from the Christian perspective as we continue because I just have so many questions.
Keep me safe, and clearly that wasn't the case. But we leave the hospital and we go back to the hotel, and obviously I couldn't sleep because I had a severe concussion, so we just stayed up talking all night. And the next day I went to go get all my prescriptions, and then we went to the airport, and it was a really, really tough goodbye because I was just so sad to say goodbye to him. And he had already booked a flight to come visit me in Dallas in 10 days. He booked it before I even went to Monaco because he told me he was so sure of me and of us. And so I knew I was going to see him in a little bit over a week, but it just wasn't enough. And I just wanted to be with him 24/7. But I said my goodbyes to him, and I was like, you know what? It's going to be okay. I'm going to see him soon. Hopped on the plane and went back to Dallas. And it was really difficult to come home for multiple reasons. The biggest reason was that I had to tell my parents that not only did I have this crazy accident, but I also am in love with this man that lives in Denmark. And that's just not a easy conversation to have with a Nigerian parent.
No.
And if you know Nigerian parents, or if you have Nigerian parents, you can already assume how this unfolded. Yeah. Obviously, they support me and they love me and they're wonderful parents, but they were also scared and like, what are you telling me right now? Yep. But I dropped the ball, and over time, like, they were so supportive of me and my decisions. I will say the bigger challenge was healing from the head injury because I was just doing crazy ass shit. Like, I remember I got into the shower with my socks on, and then I ran out the door with my bonnet on, chasing Smokey through the streets because I thought he ran away, even though he was inside the house. And to this day, I still think I have lingering effects because I'll add all these filler words, and like what I want to say in my head, I think it, but I can't figure out the words sometimes. And it's very frustrating at times, and you will notice it throughout the series. And it's not something I used to do, but overall, I'm fine. My brain's fine. So obviously we're talking on the phone every single day because, you know, we're in a relationship, and he calls me and he says, hey, I'm considering offering on this apartment complex in Copenhagen. And we had talked about his real estate investments back in the south of France. He had told me that he owned 3 apartments in Copenhagen, 2 of which were rented out, one of which he was occupying as his personal residence. And this apartment complex he was interested in had 34 units, and then there was a top floor that was unfinished, and it could be converted to 10 penthouses. And he said it's fully rented out. It would be such a great investment. The cash flow is great. The only thing is that it's going to take up a lot of my cash liquidity, and also like stocks and crypto and everything. And obviously I'm going to be traveling to the States, and I want to be mindful of like finances. That's why I like want to bring it up to you. So what do you think? And I said, well, at this point, we had been dating for like a couple weeks, so I didn't feel like I was in a place where I could insert my opinion. So I told him, like, whatever you think, I'll support you. And I also didn't know jack shit about real estate investments in Copenhagen. And also, I had just gone to the south of France with him. That whole entire trip, I had spent 15 euros the entire trip. I tried to pay for stuff. He would not take a dime from me. So at this point, I like almost am like searching for a way to prove to him that I'm not with him for his money. So I told him, I go, if I need to, you know, take on some more of like the financial responsibilities in this relationship, I'm more than happy to do so because this is a partnership and you're there for me when I need you, and I'm going to be there for you when you need me. And he said, you know, I appreciate you saying that, but I don't think it's going to come to that, but thank you for saying that. I said, of course. So he offers on it, and his offer wins apparently by like 1,000 euros. And he decides he's going to move forward with this property maybe a couple days before he came to visit me in Dallas. And I was fully supportive of him buying this property 100% because He's a successful businessman, and if he thinks this is a smart move, then I trust him. And also, the money was a whole separate other thing. I didn't care. All I cared about was being with him. So he's coming to Dallas, and I'm getting excited, not just because he's coming to see me, but this is a trip where he's going to start to meet my people, and it's getting real. And so I remember he was flying into Dallas. It's the middle of September. And I made this sign. It said, "Welcome to Dallas, my Danish man." And I'm waiting outside baggage claim, waiting for him to get through customs.
I just realized that he never met his family. It just clicked in for me that she didn't meet any of his family. Oh, okay. Okay. We're just gonna I would personally, if you just, I know that obviously the head injury took precedent, and she had to deal with that. But if I went and I met a man that I thought I was going to marry, I'm not leaving your country without meeting your family, because your family is a source of validation, and verification on who you are. And yes, there's some parents and families who enable and try to hype up their kids too much, but it's important for you to be there and for you to be able to discern the kind of family that he came from, especially since both of you said I love you, and you're thinking about marriage, and you're even saying like, oh, I'll, like, if I need to step up financially, like, I'll help you, and all of this stuff. How the F are you getting so deep in with this man and you haven't even met his family? And if I miss that, that's on me, because, co-working stream. But girl, what in the world? There, when I met my fiance and I knew he was the one, there were conditions for me to accept the proposal, apart from the things that we have to do through our church. One of them, two of them being that he had to meet both variations of my family, my biological family, and they had to give approval and everything like that, and the family that I built over time, friends and family who turned into aunts and uncles, because they've been with me since I was growing up, and they have my best interest at heart. There was no way in heck I was going to agree to marrying him without my side of the family meeting him, vetting him, being comfortable with it, and then also meeting his friends and his family. I was not going to say yes without a firm, like, yeah, like, okay, I've gotten to know who you are. I've got to see the people around you, because the people around you influence, they tell a story about who your partner is. If they've got a crap ton of people around them, it's different breeds, different, someone who has such like a huge friend group, you're just like, who the F are you? That's a red flag. Someone either is a people pleaser, or they are insecure in a sense, or they don't know how to set proper boundaries, because usually for most of us as we get older, our circles shrink, because we get to know who we are and who we want around us and everything like that. That's just to give an example of like the things I look out for when I am meeting people's families, and what I'm assessing. But yeah, I wouldn't agree to marry someone or say that I'm interested in marrying you or say I love you, if I have not met your friends and your family consistently, and there has been like verification of some of the things that you have said to me. It is always a red flag to me when, there has been a relationship that, both of you have, fallen head over heels, and there has been very little thought put into, hey, maybe like I should actually meet this person's like friends. Maybe I should actually meet this person's family before I say like, yeah, I absolutely love you and I want to move in with you and I want to have your babies and all of these things. Like, before we talk about like the entire future thing, like, how about we actually vet the people that are around him influencing him? Like, it just dawned on me that she hasn't met his family. That's wild. Whew. And I understand, once again, not like, I'm speaking in generalizations. Not everyone's going to have a family that they want you to meet, and that's also valid in a different type of conversation. And not everyone's going to have a family that's still alive for you to meet, but they might still have friends or one person that they consider close to them that they really trust. And it's important, as I said that, I just remembered that we need to set a date with my fiance's godmother. But there sometimes people, if they don't have their family immediately near them, they will have people who are like family to them, and those people are just as important to me. Ooh, girl.
And I'm holding this sign super high, waiting for him to come through, and I will continue the rest in part 5. Danish deception, part 5.
Oh, the blue looks so good on her.
He comes out of the baggage claim past customs, and I see him, and immediately I'm hit with a realization that I've got it so bad. And if you've never been in love before, falling in love for the first time is like getting swallowed by a current, and you don't even know it's there, and you're good one moment, and then before you realize it, you're in deep, and there's nothing you can do to control it. And that's how I felt. And I knew this man.
Nope. I am not going to sit here and validate this whole falling in love is completely uncontrollable, because that's what it feels like when you are falling in love and it is potentially chaotic, or your nervous system is trying to tell you like, hey, I don't feel like this is good. You shouldn't feel completely dysregulated with someone that is a healthy partner for you. This is not normal, and I'm not normalizing it. Guys, this is not like the movies. Falling in love, yes, oxytocin. Is it oxytocin? What is the main hormone that, I think it's oxytocin. Whichever hormone is mainly involved in us falling in love, it is a hell of a drug. I will give you that. However, if you're falling so deeply in love that you feel like you have absolutely no control, you have the rose-colored glasses are now just plain like fully red, like blinders on, like you can't see past anything outside of this man, that is not normal. That is, I won't say it's not normal, but it's not healthy. It's not healthy. You can fall in love and still have control over what you're doing. You can fall in love and still be able to take a step back and look at things logically. You can fall in love and still take a step back and make sure that you are protecting yourself and you're not about to do something or invest in someone that is potentially unhealthy for you. Yes, when you fall in love for the first time ever, that can feel very overwhelming and out of control. But even in those moments, even when I was in unhealthy relationships, falling in love for the first time, there was still a sensibility of, oh, hey, you know what? I got to pull back for a moment, or, oh, hey, this is not sitting well with me. The red flags were there and I acknowledged them, and I still decided to push past them from a place of control. You don't lose control when you fall in love. That is just an excuse to oftentimes skirt accountability. Oh, I was in love. Okay, yeah, but you still made conscious decisions. So let's not play it off like that. Like, I know, I'm sure she's doing her best to navigate like how this situation even came to be. And we can all acknowledge that when you do fall in love, it can blind you. But we're not going to pretend that you were completely out of control. Like, we still made conscious decisions. And it sucks that this was the outcome when you fell in love for the first time. But falling in love, like falling deep head over heels in love, does not mean that, you know, you lose control of your mind and your actions and your discernment. Discernment went right. Discernment in this situation, if I'm just being honest, Onika, from what I'm hearing from this story, the story that you have told and what you've given to us so far, your discernment in this situation, it didn't really exist from the beginning. Because from the beginning, the first thing I mentioned is like, hey, you are not like, if I was in your situation and I was traveling, like, you are being very carefree with your own safety. So I just, and of course, if you're falling in love for the first time, you've never had a serious long-term relationship, you're on The Bachelor, which distorts your view of dating and relationships if you know, potentially went through something traumatic and didn't get help for that after. Your discernment may be lacking, but this is not a scenario where we're going to say like, you know, like when you fall in love, you get swallowed up by it and it can feel so overwhelming and, you know, you completely lose all of your senses. No. Nuh-uh. Mm-mm. No, I think there's just been a lack of discernment from you from the beginning, and I'm sure this is something that you've grown from, obviously, but that discernment can also come from a lack of experience within the dating space as well, and I will acknowledge that. But yeah, I just don't want to normalize that. You can fall in love and still maintain your logical facets. You can fall in love and still be able to take a step back and look at things objectively and recognize when things are not sitting right.
And has the power to destroy me. And that was exhilarating, but also terrifying at the same time. And I was just really excited to integrate him with my people. And
Wait. Let me
most
go back.
importantly-
Let me go back to that. What did she say about the power to destroy her?
So I was like, oh, well, maybe we can go meet for a drink.
1 minute, sorry. 1 minute. It's not giving me any.
Of him buying this property, 100%, because he's a successful businessman, and if he thinks this is a smart move, then I trust him. And also, the money was a whole separate other thing. I didn't care. All I cared about was being with him. So he's coming to Dallas, and I'm getting excited, not just because he's coming to see me, but this is a trip where he's going to start to meet my people. And immediately, I'm hit with the realization that I've got it so bad. And if you've never been in love before, falling in love for the first time is like getting swallowed by a current, and you don't even know it's there, and you're good one moment, and then before you realize it, you're in deep, and there's nothing you can do to control it. And that's how I felt. And I knew this man has the power to destroy me. And
once again, signs of unhealthy attachment, that you shouldn't be so enthralled by a relationship that's just starting out that you feel like this man has so much control over you. And it's very interesting to hear her say this, because obviously she is more hyper independent. She mentioned that at the very beginning. It's interesting how, like, I'm struggled with my hyper independence as well. Once again, lots of therapy, over 15 years worth of therapy. But it's very interesting how she just fell into this so quickly, and before she knew it, she felt like this man had so much control over how like her future, like he could destroy me. I have never, in my journey of falling as quick for my fiance as I did, in my journey of agreeing to marry my fiance as quick as I did, in my journey of knowing that my fiance was my fiance the moment I met him, I have never at any point thought that anyone besides God can destroy me. I have never given a man so much power in my brain that I would utter these words to think that I've fallen so deep for this person that they could destroy me. That's not a normal, healthy love. And I'm curious if she expressed any of this to her friends and family. And for those of you who are just like, oh, well, maybe you're not that in love with your... I could be considered the queen of Delulu in terms of like how quickly I, agreed to, marry my fiance and everything like that. But once you also know my dating history, and you know that I was intentionally dating, and I was literally dating within the US and Canada as well. And heck, I was more than happy to go international. You understand that I was able to discern who my partner was because I had been intentionally dating. I had been looking. I knew what I wanted. I knew exactly what I was looking for. And I prayed on it and prayed on it and prayed on it. And then God delivered exactly what I prayed for and wrote down in 2022. So I had that experience behind me. The fact that she is saying that this man could destroy her, like I was in horrendously abusive relationships, and even in those relationships I didn't think that those people had the power to destroy me. So to say that about a person that you love, the signs were there, and it is concerning also because I'm like, okay, what might have gone on in her past? What trauma might she need to heal from that is leading her to make statements like this? Because even if you deeply love a person, they are your soulmate. You should not feel like they have the power to destroy you. An example, so I think for most of us, the thought of if you're close with your parents, and even me, I wasn't close with my dad, the thought of losing a parent you think would destroy you, that's something that I've always thought would destroy me. And then when my dad died, God carried me through, and I am still here. So when I say there's literally no one on this planet, not even the man of my dreams, who can destroy me besides God himself, I take that. I mean that with my full freaking chest. So the fact that she's saying this, whoo, red flag city. You're giving this man so much power so early into your relationship. And that's not to say that, you know, you, if your partner were to break up with you or leave you or whatever, like that wouldn't impact you. But there's this weird contradiction, because she's a hyper independent woman, so you would think that she would have this mentality of like, oh yeah, if he leaves I can pick myself back up. But she got so in deep that it almost seems like she's losing aspects of herself and her personality already, which is very, very concerning. There, I've definitely changed and I've evolved as I got into my relationship. However, most people, like, if they meet me out and about, like, I'm still the same. The ways that I've changed is within the dynamic of my relationship and how I show up and how I operate and the different things that I do to make sure that I'm a healthier partner and I show up for my partner how they deserve. But in terms of my personality, there hasn't been a change. I haven't lost myself. And it's sounding like, just like from how she's wording it, like she's already losing herself. Because how did we transition from this hyper independent woman who's, working so that she can pay off the Chanel bag and then, continue to live her best life, to this woman who, in the span of what, a couple months, is now saying that she's fallen so deep in love that this man could destroy her. When something doesn't make sense for me in terms of, like, the single versus relationship version of someone, I'm just like, there's probably some trauma playing in there, because she lost herself in this so quickly. Or how she's stating it, it sounds like she lost parts of herself in this relationship so quickly, which is a huge concern. Sorry for that ramble, but I really needed to bring that up, because if there's people who are younger who watch this, and I know we have been getting a younger audience, especially on our Instagram, I don't want you to listen to her saying, like, falling in love for the first time is something that swallows you up and, you kind of lose all sense of control, because that's not normal. In your early teens, okay, yeah, it can definitely feel like that. When you're a teenager, that's what I'm saying. When you're a teenager, okay, yeah, I can feel like that, because when you're a teenager, literally the smallest thing in the world feels like the world's going to end. But when we are, I think she's well into her 20s, or mid 20s when she's experiencing this, it's concerning that that's how she was feeling. Like, that's how out of control that she was feeling within this dynamic. And that points to me like there's something unresolved there, potentially from a trauma angle, maybe from an inexperienced angle with dating. But if you watched my video reaction for Akash Singh, whose wife Jasleen has been disrespecting him, I kept asking the question, like, where are your friends, where are your family? And in this situation, where's your friends and where's your family? Because I'm sorry, if Kyle came up to me and he was describing a relationship like this, where he's like, yeah, like, I feel like if this person left, like, it would destroy me, I would be like, okay, I think bestie, you need to go and talk to a therapist, because I don't understand why. I can't understand why this person that you've known for such a short time, you feel like has so much power over you. This is not normal. Okay, let me stop yapping.
That was exhilarating, but also terrifying at the same time. And I was just really excited to integrate him with my people. And most importantly, I was excited for him to meet Smokey, who is just my world. And watching the way he was with Smokey, they instantly...
Sorry, I gotta pause again. The words like exhilarating and terrifying, once again, these are things that I've associated with my unhealthy relationships. And this is, once again, from my perspective and my bias. Now being in what I would consider the healthiest relationship of my life, with a partner who is very securely attached, very communicative, at least to me. For those of you who know him, that's on you. That's not on you, that's on him. He's selective with who he openly communicates with. But just hearing the words exhilarating and terrifying, there was no sense of fear or any sense of terror in my decision to be with my partner. I'm just going to say this from the Christian perspective, because she mentioned God and being, being a God-fearing woman to some extent, I still don't know the full extent. Discernment for me when it came to knowing that my fiance was the one was the fact that there's like a consistent sense of peace, and obviously knowing, you know, your partner is the one for everyone looks very different, but there's just been peace. There has like there's like the thoughts of like, oh, okay, yeah, like we're getting married, but never have I mentioned I am scared, I am terrified. None of those words have even popped into my mind when it comes to being with the current partner that I am with, and the dynamic that I have with them. Because if I said the words like, oh, I'm terrified, or like, hey, like this is scary, or this feeling is scary, and I mentioned that to my friends or my family, they would pull me aside and be like, okay, what is going on? What isn't sitting well for you? Why are you terrified? What is scary about this? You can be like, you can definitely be like, oh my goodness, like I've never, you know, fallen in love with someone, but it shouldn't translate to saying that it's a terrifying experience. And maybe that's just my perspective, because I do have experience dating before, and you know, I fell in love previously, but it worries me that that's the wording that she's choosing to use, or that she's potentially subconsciously using, because sometimes our subconscious can also be talking to us. It's like, hey, why did you describe this as terrifying? Because maybe that's how your subconscious was like trying to communicate with you. The Holy Spirit was trying to move within you, but because you weren't listening, you missed all of these signs. Terrifying is not a word that terrifying is the word that I've used when I was in abusive relationships and unhealthy dynamics that are extremely chaotic. It's not a word that I've ever used with the love of my life. So that's just some food for thought there. It's interesting.
Became best friends, and Smokey grew really attached to him. And I mean, I knew I had fallen in love with him, but I realized I hadn't even scratched the surface when I saw him with Smokey. And so we did a lot of things that trip. So we went to a Cowboys game. We went to a retirement party for a partner at my accounting firm. We went to a couple dinners. And then we also just stayed at home. I cooked a lot. I remember I made him red stew and rice, which is my favorite Nigerian food. It's a staple. And I put a lot of habanero peppers. And I remember being nervous, like, can he handle spice? And he ate it and he loved it. And I was like, oh my gosh, this white boy loves spice. This is perfect. And everything just felt like, again, it felt like everything was
stereotyping
aligning.
there.
So I wanted to plan something special for him to meet all of my close friends and family. And so I was like, oh, well, maybe we can go meet for a drink. And he said, you know, like, we can go out to eat. I'll pay for everything. I was like, are you sure? He said, absolutely. So I planned a brunch, and we went to brunch here in Dallas, and it was a handful of my really close friends, and my two sisters were there, and my cousin and his now wife was there too. So we sit down at brunch, and everyone's like asking him questions, and everyone is just so impressed by him. Again, we're dealing with someone that's very charming, very charismatic. And the thing about my ex is when you meet him, he's so good at asking questions and he's good at listening. And so it's really easy to get into good conversation with him, and it's really easy to connect with him. And so we had a great brunch. I remember I was like in the bathroom and my friends followed me and they're like, oh my gosh, he's amazing. Like, we're so happy for you. And I just, you know, I was so grateful to call him mine. And so after brunch, we go grab a drink at a place nearby the restaurant. And at that point, we're all just kind of like chit-chatting, and my cousin and my ex are having a conversation. And this cousin is like a second brother to me. We're very, very close. And I desperately wanted to get the stamp of approval from him. And so obviously they're shooting their shit, and I'm eavesdropping on the conversation 100%. And because I can. And I'm like overhearing them just like, you know, talking about random stuff. And then I hear my cousin ask him, you just have the build of an athlete. Did you play sports? And my ex goes, yeah, I actually played handball. And my cousin goes, isn't that an Olympic sport? And my ex goes, yeah, I actually went to the Olympics twice. And I immediately inserted myself into the conversation. I go, you went to the Olympics? What? And he goes, you know what? I was like the backup of the backup. I didn't even play. I don't like to brag about it because I don't think it's that big of a deal. I was like, well, did you get medals? He was like, yeah, I got a bronze and I got a gold. I was like, well, that's amazing. Like,
I find it interesting that he mentioned the royal bloodline thing, but didn't mention the Olympics thing. No, I'm so curious about what parts of this guy's story is true, because he had this, in my personal opinion, just from hearing how she's telling the story, this kind of like grandiose need to talk about the fact that he has royal blood, but didn't find the need to mention that he was in the Olympics. That seems unlikely. Like, in my head, I'm like, did he make up the story in the moment because the guy mentioned the Olympics? Maybe I'm just a high skeptic, but also, I mean, this, in my personal opinion, healthy and slightly sometimes concerning level of skepticism is what led me to meeting my fiance. So, because I do not waste time. If I clock an inconsistency, ooh, baby, I'm out. Or if I prayed the prayer to God to remove someone from your life and there was a weird event that happened right afterwards, I did not play. God spoke and I listened and I left. But once again, I'm curious as to how many of these tidbits of information are actually truths.
So impressed. And so now I'm thinking, this man is so humble. So let's add humble to the list of all the reasons why he's such an amazing man. So obviously we had a wonderful trip. He came to Dallas again. I did not spend any money while he was here. I obviously like paid money for groceries when he wasn't around, but other than that, he wanted to pay for everything. He didn't even want me to like pay for ice cream, like small things. He was like, I want to treat you. And I was like, okay, that's fine. So I remember he was leaving to go back to Denmark and I was so depressed. And if anyone has been in a long distance relationship, you know how difficult it is to say goodbye. And so I was so depressed and I'm saying goodbye to him at the airport. I'm bawling my eyes out. We finally say goodbye.
Yeah, I didn't last long.
Through security, I go home and I just am crying for like hours. I'm so depressed. And I remember I was supposed to go to a birthday party that night and I texted my friend. I was like, I literally cannot stop crying, so I can't go to this birthday. And I hate canceling things. And so that's how bad it was. I was actually depressed for literally days. And after he got through security, he was like, I can't even walk to the terminal. Like, I'm so depressed. Like, I just want to walk back out and just come back to you. And I was like, I want that too. And he said, you know, we need to start having the hard conversations on like what we want for the future. And I said, absolutely. And so he was like, you know, we need to decide whether or not we're going to live in Denmark or live in Dallas. And I still can't believe this came out of my mouth, but I told him, I said, listen, I know you already have like a very much established career. And so if you want me to move to Denmark, I'm more than happy to have that conversation with you and like discuss it. And he said, you know, looking at you with your friends and your family this past week has made me realize that I don't want to take that away from you. And you're really close with your parents, they're driving distance away. And like, I live in Copenhagen, my family lives in my hometown in Aalborg, which is hours away. I don't have family in Copenhagen.
Okay, now this clarifies for me why they didn't go to see the family. I still would have pushed for it personally. Personally, I would have been like, yeah, let's make a day trip out of it. Let's go see your family. That's just my personal beliefs and values, and also like safety before he came to visit in the US. One thing that yeah, she fell hard. She fell real freaking hard to bring up that conversation with her moving. Like, once again, I'm thinking of the safety aspect of things. When it comes to me, moving here made the most sense because of my fiance's business, and thank you to my man for everything that he does. But the move was like on my end was easy because my business, I can do it from anywhere, and I also have family here, and my mom will be in this exact same city once she retires. So yes, he could have moved to where I was, and he was more than willing to do so, but I made the move because it made the most sense. The thing that is making me say like, dang, she fell really hard is like, once again, think about the person that we started with at the beginning of this series. She was hyper independent AF, just doing her own thing. And now, like, even without this man saying anything, like, she's willing to give up her career and everything for this man. Like, There isn't even like a ring involved. She hasn't met the rest of the family. Like there's so many of these conversations that are skipping steps that could have helped her to better discern the partner that she is with, or she's choosing to be with. And it's fine, like if you have to, if you're the one who has to move, because yeah, long distance was I did not, what, I think I lasted 2 months. He came, met the family, the rest of the extended family approved, and I was like, bye, peace. We're only I'm 4 hours away from the rest of my family. But the fact that she's just ready to give it all up so quickly, I'm like, this is what I mean by like, this love is not a healthy form of love, because she lost who she was so quickly. Like this is abnormal. Like how did we go from like the hyper independence at the beginning to like, yeah, like I'll give up my career, and like I wanted to go back, like I wanted to stay and work instead of coming to see you because I wanted to pay off my Chanel bag and get my money back up, and now she's like, no, I'll just like get rid of it to be with you. I get it, that need, that yearning, but this is reckless. This isn't even Delulu anymore. Like this is like reckless.
And I want us to be around family, especially like if we're talking about having kids one day. Like I want that support, and I want you to be around the people that you love. And so I was so happy, because realistically I did not want to move to Denmark, and so I was so happy that this man is willing to give up everything to be with me. So I was so excited about that. So he was gone for about 3 weeks to a month at this point, and he hadn't booked his flight back to Dallas yet, and then he booked it on like a Thursday, I remember it. So now we're in the middle of October of 2022. He books his flight and he said, okay, I'm coming next week, Wednesday. And I said, okay, perfect. And I'm getting all excited again. And so I called him Friday morning, and keep in mind that there's a time difference. So it's like about 7 hours. So whenever I wake up at like 5 or 6, he's basically halfway through his day. And so I called him that Friday and I said, hey, like, how's your day been? He's like, it's been such a stressful, intense day. I go, what happened? And he's like, I found out that the apartment complex that I bought is dealing with some major foundation issues. Like it could affect safety of the tenants, and I'm really stressing out and I need to get it fixed. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, did you schedule the repair? He's like, not yet. It's going to cost like a hefty chunk of change. I was like, how much is it going to cost? He's like, $50,000. I was like, $50,000? What? Like, that's obviously a lot of money. I'm sure it's a lot of money to a lot of you. It's a lot of money to me. And so I was like, okay, like, what's the plan? He's like, I mean, I have a good portion of it, so I just need to ask my dad for a little bit of a loan. And so I remember being like, I can never in a million years ask my dad for a loan of $50,000. So at this point, I was aware of the fact that like they had this royal title, they had this family trust that like, and like the family had money. I didn't really know like how much or the details behind it. But he told me he was going to call his dad and ask him for a
No. You said that you wanted to marry this man, and you don't have clarity around what his dad does, his mom does, his sister does, like everyone in their family does. You have no clarity around his financial backing, you have no clarity around what the royal title even means, what it implicates for you. No. Once I agreed to my fiance conditionally that I would marry him, the conditions were he has to meet the rest of my family and they have to approve. He was like, yeah, okay, we'll talk about finances, have an open conversation about it. There has never been a moment where I have been in the dark about what our financial standing is, what that looks like. Someone who is showing up in a healthy way, not love bombing you, not manipulating you, you are not going to have these questions. And if you do have these questions, you should feel good enough, safe enough within the relationship to bring them up to get clarity, so that if he just drops on you like crap, like I've got to pay out $50,000, you're not like, oh wait, I don't like, can he even ask his dad for $50,000? Are they that close? Is his dad a businessman? Is the royal, like, you shouldn't be hearing this information from the man that you want to marry, the man that you have fallen so deeply in love with that you say that could ruin you. you shouldn't be having these questions coming up when he tells you that he's going to borrow $50,000 from his dad. At the stage that your relationship is in, where you're like willing to give up your career, or he's going to give up everything to come and move down with you and be with you, and there's going to be some financial intermingling, for lack of better words, as a result of that. The fact that this situation popped up and you realize that you have, like, there's holes that are missing in terms of you understanding, like, his stability, his financial security, all of that, that should have been a flag for you to take a step back and analyze truly, like, what do you truly know about this man? And is what you know enough for you to be comfortable with him moving from Denmark to the US to be with you? I think she's in the US, right? No. Hell no. And if you're about to marry someone and you haven't had an open conversation about finances, they don't want to show you their bank statements, you don't have access to things, and no. Even if you two plan on having your finances separate, still a conversation that needs to be had, and there needs to be openness around it, because finances, money is one of the main reasons for divorce. Hell no.
Loan. So a couple hours go by, he calls me and he's really upset. He's like, I talked to my dad on the phone. He will not loan me the money. He says I've been acting super irresponsible, traveling, doing all these things, and so he just doesn't want to. He thinks I need to, like, learn from my actions, and if I'm not prepared for something like this, then there's nothing he can do to help me. And so I felt really bad for him, because he essentially felt like his dad was abandoning him, and I felt really bad for him. And so I said, what's the plan? He's like, I'll figure it out. Like, even if I have to, like, sell some things, like, I'll figure it out. And I was like, okay, well, keep me updated, like, whatever you need. And so
if he's so close with his dad that he felt like he could go to his dad and be comfortable asking him for $50,000, doesn't it seem a bit odd that his dad would essentially down him for traveling to see you? Because it sounds like all of the traveling that he has been, for most of it anyway, has been to come to see you and everything like that. Maybe there's more travels that we don't know about. It sounds like he was jet setting all around the world. But, like, wouldn't his dad be understanding, like, hey, like, you found the woman that you love. Like, I understand that you want to get, like, if him and his dad are close enough that he's comfortable asking his dad for $50,000, don't you find it a little bit strange that his dad would tell him the reason why he's not going to loan him the $50,000 is because he's been irresponsible traveling around the world to see you and do XYZ? Because from what she described previously, like, one of the reasons that he was going to fly her out was, did he have, like, a conference or something like that? Has he been traveling around a crap ton, like, just being irresponsible with his money, and she hasn't shared that with us? The story isn't making sense. This is where my brain goes, like, if I was comfortable asking my mom for $50,000, I probably have a really close relationship with my mom. So why wouldn't my mom be understanding of the fact that, hey, yeah, like, I have been traveling a lot, but it's to be with the person that I want to marry? That wouldn't be a reason for them to not help me at all. Like, it makes no sense. The dad could have been like, okay, you've been a little bit irresponsible. I'll give you $20,000. You got to fund the other $30,000. So, to me, like, red flag. If you're that close with your parent, why would they hold you traveling to go see the love of your life and potentially doing, like, other business things against you? Manipulation tactic.
a couple days go by and he's communicating that he's still stressed out about coming up with this money. And so I said, you know what, like, I can loan you the money. And so at this point, I had paid off my student loans, paid off my car, bought a house. Like, had a decent savings. I was in a really, really good financial position. And so I wanted to help him, especially because, like, this man has, like, treated me so well and done so much for me. And I truly felt like we were in a partnership, especially like we were talking about the future with someone. And so I told him,
No. Oh, no. I can't. Like, the neurodivergent in me, like, whenever things get, like, super, like, uncomfortable or, like, cringeworthy, like I can't deal with like that emotion. Like I want to X out of this because I can't. I don't think it needs to be said, but for any of you who are super in love right now to the point where you've got blinders on, you are not lending a man money unless there is a ring on your finger. You are not like unless they are like in dire straits. But also, you just met me 2 months ago. Most men, most healthy men, most men who are, I don't even know the word for it, providers, like true providers, you are going to be the last person that they want to accept money from. They will go and ask their best friend. They will go and ask the church before they come to you for money as their partner, even if you have it, even if they know you have it. And I'm sure he's going to like pretend like, oh, like I don't want to Most men would have gone to every single bank and gotten rejected for a loan before they even approached you. I cannot believe. This isn't, by the way, if you're about to be like, oh, like, isn't this like ride or die? No, this is stupidity. This is stupid. This is, there. What, where are your friends? Where are your friends? Did you tell any of this to your friends? Because what in the world? It is wonderful that you are financially stable. It is wonderful that you are falling in love with this man, but at no point should you let your love for this man lead you to making irresponsible decisions. What in the world? Because if you were my friend and you've come to me, and I have slapped one of my friends before, I was going to say that's not a moment that I'm proud of, but the attendant at the store understood why I slapped him after she also heard the story of him going to sleep with a girl who had literally just given up her baby that exact same day, and he didn't use protection. Like, this girl literally just gave her child up for adoption. You went to meet her, you slept with her without using a condom. Are we trying to re-traumatize the girl? Are you an idiot? Like, what is happening? So that day, and this was when I was like, I think 18, 19. And I'm usually not a violent person, but I just, yeah. Because there's some things that you just do not do, and violence is never the answer, but that was the more unhealthy version of me. There's some things that if my friends do, I am cutting you off. Because there's a level of delusion that I don't know how to help you. Like, only God and therapy can fix you. Dang, I understand how the catfish YouTube channel for romance scams. Now I'm better understanding how these individuals get scammed so easily. It's really like that emotional attachment. Sorry girl, I left you on like a bad pause, but if my friend came to me and told me that they were considering lending the man that they have known now for what, 2-3 months, money, potentially $50,000. I don't know how much she actually lends him. Oh, honey, I would rather get you committed before you have access to your bank accounts again. Because what in the world has happened to you? We're planning the future. Planning is not actual, it's not an action, it's not the official result. It is not the action. We're planning a future. Okay, that's great. But the future hasn't come to fruition yet. You guys, he hasn't actually married you yet. Like, you guys haven't actually become an item yet. Loaning money to a man because you guys are planning to become husband and wife, oh my gosh, is insane. That is insane. This is, wow.
I'm like, let me loan it to you. He goes, I would never in a million years borrow money for you.
Of course he said that.
It's okay. Like, I don't mind helping. He's like, that's like not even a discussion I want to have. And I said, okay, that's fine. So a couple of days go by and he's still stressing out about coming up with this money. I asked him like, how much do you need? He's like, it's 10,000 I need. And I was like, again, like, let me loan it to you. He said, no, I'm not taking money from you. And then a couple days go by and he says, okay, like now I need 6K. And I was like, okay, again, let me give it to you. He's like, no, I still don't want to take money from you. And then basically like the day, like 2 days before he's supposed to come to Dallas, he tells me, he says, just letting you know, I'm not be able to come to Dallas because I need to figure out this issue. And I'm, at this point, I start freaking out because I'm like, no, like I 100% like want you to come still. Just let me loan you the money so that you'll be fine and we can, you know, be happy and be together. And so after some thinking, he was like, okay, fine, I will borrow the money from you, but you have to promise me that this will be the only time and that you're 100% comfortable with giving me this money.
This is sounding to me like someone who really knows how to. I'm wondering if this is all through text, by the way. It's sounding to me like someone who really knows how to cover their tracks, because if you verbally agree and in writing, hey, I'm giving this to you, this is a gift, or in this case, he's like a loan, but like you're comfortable, like it can be his way of getting out of any legal loopholes. You guys have watched Judge Judy, I'm assuming most of you, where people end up taking each other for small claims court for like loans to friends and family. And usually the thing that will get the person to not have to repay them is if you specifically stated like, hey, this was a gift, or this was given to you with the intention of it being a gift. So I'm curious if any of these conversations happened via text, and if like she had like, if he was like texting her about it and got her to put that in like in writing, because it could be his way of like backing out. Like, no, she wanted to give me the money. Like she said that she was comfortable with giving me the money. Interesting. My gosh. Also, how did we go from so many plot holes, so many questions? How did we go from him needing 50,000 and then him telling her that now he needs 10,000 a few weeks later? Oh, now I only need 6,000. I think he said that $50,000 amount really, really high, so that when he mentioned 10,000 and then 6,000, it didn't seem as high. But how did, like, okay, so you were able to fund, what was it, 44,000 of the 50,000 that you needed? How? And you couldn't go back to those same sources? I just got so many questions.
And I said, absolutely, I'm 100% comfortable. And we will continue on in part 6.
My goodness. Okay. I need a yap break. I'm going to go and grab some water, grab some food. I cannot believe we are only 49 minutes into this 4-hour. Oh my goodness. I need to split this up into multiple parts. Because this is insane. Otherwise, we are going to be here probably until what, midnight? My goodness. Okay. So I feel like we'll take a break. Let's maybe get to part 10, 12, maybe. And then Monday, we'll resume. Because I want to go through the full thing. I didn't expect to yap this much, because I thought, I don't know what I was expecting. I just didn't expect to be calling out all of these red flags so much. Now I understand why this, her series is trending, because this is freaking wild. But let's take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back. BRB.
Hear my prayer, oh Lord. Listen to my plea. Answer me, because you are faithful and righteous. Don't put your servant on trial, for for no one is innocent before you. My enemy has chased me, has knocked me to the ground, and forces me to live in darkness like those in the grave. I am losing all hope. I am paralyzed with fear. I am losing all hope. I am paralyzed with fear. I am losing all hope. I remember the days of old. I ponder all your great works and think about what you have done. I lift my hands to you in prayer. I thirst for you as parched land thirsts for rain. Come quickly, Lord, and answer me, for my depression deepens. Don't turn away from me, or I will die. Let me hear of your unfailing love each morning, for I am trusting you. I am trusting you. Show me where to walk, for I give myself to you. For I give myself to you. Rescue me from my enemies, Lord. I run to you to hide me. Teach me to do your will, for you are my God. May your gracious spirit lead me forward on a firm footing, for the glory of your name, oh Lord. Preserve my life. Because of your faithfulness, bring me out of this distress in your unfailing love. Silence all my enemies and destroy all my foes. Oh, say I am. Teach me to do your will, for you are my God. Your unfailing love, silence all my enemies and destroy all my foes. For I am your servant. For I am your servant. For I am your servant. I am trusting you. I cry aloud to the Lord. I lift up my voice for mercy. I pour out before him my complaint. Before him I tell my trouble. Before him I lay it all bare. When my spirit grows faint within me, it is you who watch my way in the path where I walk. They have hidden the snare for me. and see there is no one, no one at my right hand, no one is concerned for me. I have no refuge, no one cares for my life. When my spirit grows faint within, ooh, it is you who watch my way, in the path where I walk. They have hidden the snare for me. I cry aloud to the Lord. I lift up my voice to the Lord for mercy. I pour out before Him my complaint. Before Him I tell my trouble. When my spirit grows faint within me, it is you I in the path where I walk. People have hidden the snare for me. Look and see, there is no one at my right hand, no one is concerned for me. I have no refuge, no one cares for my life. I cry to the Lord. I say, you are my refuge, my portion in the land of the living. Listen to my cry, for I am in desperate need. Rescue me from those who pursue me, for they are too strong for me. Set me free from my prison, that I may praise your name. Then the righteous will gather about me because of your goodness to me. The Lord is my light and my salvation, so why should I be afraid? The Lord is my fortress, protecting me from danger, so why should I tremble?
When evil people come to devour me, when my enemies and foes attack me,
They will stumble and fall. Though a mighty army surrounds me, my even if I am attacked.
I will remain confident.
The one thing I ask of the Lord, oh, the thing I seek most,
Is to live in the house of the Lord all the days of my life.
delighting in the Lord's perfections, oh, meditating in His temple.
For he will conceal me there when troubles come.
He will hide me in His sanctuary.
He will place me out of reach on a rock.
Then I will hold my head high above my enemies who surround me. At His sanctuary I will offer sacrifices with shouts of joy, singing and praising the Lord with music. Hear me as I pray, oh Lord, be merciful and answer me. My heart has heard you say, come and talk with me. And my
Keep forgetting that I'm muted. Thank you to Consecrated Voices for the music break. Absolutely loving the music lately. Okay, so considering I've been doing a lot of yapping, we're going to definitely split this up into 2 to 3 parts, just so that we can make sure that we are actually going through this properly, and that just gives us more co-working sessions, right? So that's completely fine. I'm thinking I will schedule some times for us to continue the series probably for Monday and Tuesday. Let me know if you have a preference between like morning streams or evening streams, but probably for Monday I'll do a morning stream just because my Monday evenings are busy. We got Bible study and everything with church, which is a couple hours. So I will do a Monday early morning stream. Then you can always watch it on replay. And then Tuesday, I'm pretty sure on Tuesday I'm a bit more flexible. I could, no, Tuesday I've got women's prayer, but I could do like an early evening stream if you guys prefer evening for a replay. So for a live stream. So let me know what time works best for you. But I think today we'll stop around part 10. We'll check in around part 10 how we're feeling. If it's still like really juicy, I hate leaving off on like a really good cliffhanger. So we'll stop at part 10, potentially part 12, but by part 12 we'll be done because I think by that time I would have been yapping for like what, 2 to 3 hours, and then we'll pick up from part 10 or 12 on Monday. So I'll actually schedule that and plan it out properly so that you can be live and just listen to me in the background while we do another like co-work and yap session. And if you're wondering, Elaine, have you been getting any work done? I've been getting a little bit of work done. This is still more productive than I would have been because I'm still, like I said, I've still been feeling a bit under the weather. So realistically, I would have just been in bed all day, but I'm really happy that I actually got out of bed. I'm getting my steps in. I am now, I think, around 5,000, 4,000 steps on and off, and I am still getting some work done, which is much more momentum than I would have had if we hadn't done this. So this might become a regular Saturday thing if y'all want to have just like some accountability for getting stuff done on the weekends. We can always make this something that we continue to do. But I do appreciate all of you who have been popping in and out. Really do appreciate the love. Even if you are a silent viewer, I know people like to lurk, but I can see you. At least I can see you popping in there. So let's continue the part 6 of the Danish deception while we continue to work and get some things done around the house this gorgeous Saturday.
The Danish deception, part 6. Okay, so I've decided to loan him this money and he's agreed to it. So I download this app, it's called Revolut, and it's kind of like Venmo where you can send money internationally instantly. So I download it. It took like a day to like verify all my information, and I was able to send him the 6K, and the next day he flew into Dallas to come be with me. And so that trip was really fun. We really didn't do a whole lot. I remember we just like went to the state fair and we went to dinner like once, and the rest of the time we just hung out at home. And I remember it was hard for him because he was dealing with some really bad back pains, and I think it was just because he was flying a lot, and he said he injured his back when he was playing handball. So I remember I was giving him like back massages like almost every single day because it was really, really bad. And so this trip was very, very short. He was only there for a week, but I would say this was a very special trip for us because this was like the first time that he actually started making friends, like through me. And I started watching him start to make guy friends. And so this was when I got even more excited because I felt like we were really starting to, you know, build a life here in Dallas together. So he leaves, obviously, again, I'm depressed again. And at this point, I know he's definitely planning on coming to Dallas for Thanksgiving to meet my parents. But I didn't know when he was planning on flying back. And so basically he's gone, and I feel like the second he leaves, like everything just kind of like starts to like fall apart for him. And so for starters, his back pain was getting like much, much worse. He's complaining about it every single day. Like he would text me in the middle of the night being like, it hurts so bad. Like, and I felt terrible because I wanted to help him, but there was nothing I could do because I'm living 5,000 miles away. On top of that, his uncle, who was really sick with cancer, had passed away, and he told me the funeral was gonna be the next week. And I remember telling him, I will fly to Denmark if I need to, if you want me to be there for you. And he's like, no, it's fine. Like I can handle it. It's okay. And so basically that happened. And then I remember I went to Charlotte to go visit one of my girlfriends who had just had a baby. One of my girlfriends that I've been friends with for years and years since college. And so I'm in Charlotte with my friend, and I get a text from him. He's saying, hey, my dad's in the hospital. And I was like, oh my gosh, what happened? And he was like, we still don't understand what happened, but the doctors are running tests. And so later on that day, he told me that he had blood poisoning, and he had like his infection number.
Is he about to kill off his entire family? One thing that's striking, like coming up for me, is the few opportunities that she's trying to take to go and see his family. He's not taking them. Obviously, an uncle passing away, if this is the reality, is not the ideal situation to be meeting the family. But personally, for me, if you're a man that I'm planning on building a future with, you just lost a family member, it's not an option. I'm there with you. And I'm sure that's something that actually, no, I know it's something that my man appreciates with me, because although he can handle a lot, he has a very large capacity to deal with things. Even if a man says no, like, you know, like it's okay, like you don't need to be there, they appreciate it when you do show up, because it shows to them that even though they, like, you recognize that they are more than capable of handling the emotional load of the situation by themselves, you still want to be there just to support them, just in case, because grief hits us all differently, right? So, like, everyone moves differently in their relationships, but I wouldn't have, that no is not it is not an option. Personally, I wouldn't have been asking. I would have been like, okay, so when's the funeral so I can book my flight? But that's just how I show up in my relationship. Everyone's dynamic is different. It's still really not sitting well with me how she's never mentioned interacting with the family. When do we get her interacting? Like, is he calling his family at any point? Has she talked to them? Has she heard them? Did she know if they're alive? Obviously, like the dad situation, like, did she hear this conversation over the phone? It's just really not sitting well with me that she hasn't had any actual interactions with the family. Has she seen their Facebook pages? Like, these are all things that maybe she's not mentioning them because, like, it's not like she didn't feel it was important to the story. But considering how much information you can get from who surrounds your partner, and family is usually a really, really big source of information when you are vetting a potential partner, a potential husband, it's really not sitting well with me that she has not had the opportunity to interact with his family in any meaningful capacity. Because even if it's long distance, if this man is saying that he wants to marry you, why hasn't there been video calls between you and the family? My fiance's family was so excited when he said that he found the one that he wants to be with. Do you know how many times his mom asked for pictures of me? send another one, send another one, send another, to the point where my fiance was like telling me, and he's like, well, you don't need to go take more pictures. I'm like, well, I'm gonna take more pictures because she wants more pictures. Like, what? This family thing is, it's just, it doesn't sit well with me, and I find it very odd considering the cultures that we grew up in, or like our cultures are very family oriented, that she hasn't pushed more for meeting his family and for having conversations with them, because at least I'm assuming, it sounds like she's from a traditional Nigerian household. The first thing that the parents would have asked about is his family, apart from getting to know more information about him. She said that she's told her family about him. He went and met all of like the friends and stuff like that. So I'm shocked that she hasn't pushed more to meet the family and to be in their presence and to actually get to have tangible interactions with the family.
Were like going crazy. And I remember telling him, well, if you're not able to come to Dallas in November, obviously I'll understand, especially like if your dad's in the hospital, like I understand completely. Again, I told him, I'll be there for you if you want me to. He's like, it's okay. Over the course of the next couple days, his dad started to show some more improvement. So he ended up deciding to come to visit me in Dallas. So now we're in November of 2022. So he comes back to Dallas, and basically this was a very exciting trip because number one, I used to be on the board of a organization called UIU. It's a nonprofit that celebrates Igbo Nigerian culture, and my culture is so important to me. And so I was the event coordinator for the Dallas chapter, and I was so proud of this. Like, we had just won chapter of the year out of all the chapters in the nation. It was just such a huge accomplishment for me and my whole board. And I remember my cousin, who I told you guys I'm really close with, he was the president. And so we had a huge gala that we planned that year, and we had people flying in from all over the country to come. And obviously it took a lot of planning, and I was working really hard to make sure it was executed perfectly. I remember the day of the gala comes, and he is helping me set up, do everything that entire day. And this was the first time that I fully like integrated him with a bunch of Nigerians. And I was really curious to see how he was gonna react to being with all these people, because obviously Nigerians are so much fun, but some people might think we're a little bit too much. Forget them, but I wanted to make sure that he wasn't one of those people. So we have the gala, he helps me set up all day, and I'm just kind of watching him at the gala, just talking to people, and he's getting along with everyone. He's dancing to the Afro beats, and I just feel like, okay, he really takes my culture seriously. Like he wants to make sure that I know that he's gonna make sure this is a part of his life too.
That's good.
And I remember just being really happy about that. And so after the gala was done,
That's
it was a couple days, and my parents came to
give that
visit
to her.
me in Dallas for Thanksgiving. And so I remember he went to go stay at a hotel because my parents, obviously, they're Nigerian, very traditional. We wanted to be respectful. So he went and stayed at a hotel, and my parents came to visit, and he was here when my parents got in town. And I'm telling you, my parents fell in love with him immediately. And I think watching him with my dad was just, it just warmed my heart because they just instantly connected. And my dad, like everyone else, was very fascinated by him. And I remember the following day we went to African market with my parents. It was just me, my ex, and my parents. And he's talking to my parents about the Olympics, and they're asking him all these questions. And he was like, yeah, like the gold medal I gave to my mom, she has it. And then the bronze medal, I actually donated it to charity. And I'm just like, this guy is just so freaking amazing. And so we had an amazing Thanksgiving. It was his first Thanksgiving in the States. And my grandmother had recently just passed away. And this is my dad's mom. It was really, really sad. And he was talking to us about the plans for the burial. And so he said, we're gonna do the burial in May. It's gonna be in the village in Nigeria. And he looks at my dad and he says, I'll be there. And I remember looking at him like, I don't think you really understand what you're agreeing to. And he said, I don't care. I'm gonna be there. I'm like, we're talking about the village in Nigeria. We're not just talking about like a big city where you can get a little bit of culture shock, where you like, you know, or go back to your hotel. And no, we're talking about being in the village. And he said, I don't care. I'm gonna be there. And so that was when I realized like this man really takes my culture seriously. He wants to be there for me. He wants to be there for my family. And that meant so much to me. And so at the end of the trip, I told him, I said, this week has showed me that I know that I want to spend my life with you. And I'm just, thank you for being the man that you are. And he said, I want to spend my life with you. And I'm going to let you know, like, I already know that I want to marry you someday. Like, and I don't want you to ever doubt that. And so he asked me, he's like, I have a question. Like, do you have an idea of what ring you would want? And I was like, I mean, I have some ideas, but I have not thought about it really extensively. And so he said, what are your thoughts on us going ring shopping? And keep in mind, at this point, we've been dating for like 4 months, 3-4 months. And so I was like, okay, let's do it. So we found a jeweler. We went and we tried on some rings. I remember I'm trying on lab grown and natural, and I'm like looking at the price differences, and I'm like, I am not allowing you to buy me a natural stone because that number is just crazy. I'd rather us spend money investing, doing other things. And he said, well, let me look into it because I kind of do want to get you natural. And I was like, no, we're getting a lab grown. And I remember, like, if you've, gone ring shopping, the price difference is like astronomical. Yeah. And so I remember I picked out a ring that I really liked, and then we left, and that was basically the end of like the rings for that moment. And so he goes back to Denmark, and the plan was for me to go on a trip with him for Christmas. As I mentioned previously, my parents were traveling for Christmas, and him and his older sister do not have a relationship. Like, they can't be in intimate settings together, so they alternate Christmases. Like, he had last Christmas, so this Christmas was her Christmas. So we already had planned to spend Christmas together. And so originally we were talking about going to South Africa, like I mentioned before.
There's always a very convenient reason for them to not meet his family. Personally, I don't care if, once again, and this is where this is not sitting well with me, because we're going ring shopping, but I still haven't met your family. And does your family know that you haven't met his family as traditional Nigerian parents? Because I would be shocked if they hadn't said anything concerning that. Every single time there would be, like, it would make sense for her to go meet the family, there's a very convenient excuse. And I would have bounced by now. We either meet your family. It's okay if they're spending Christmas with your sister that you don't get along with. We can still spend Christmas together in Denmark and then maybe have dinner with them separately. But let's go and meet your family if you are taking me ring shopping. The thing that I wanted to say earlier when she was talking about her parents, because I was waiting to see if there was that, for those of you who've had partners, you've introduced like a really important partner to your family. Usually after they meet your partner, especially if you're an African, there's a debrief after, right? There's a conversation like how did you like him? All of that stuff. There's usually like the normal pleasantries, unless, they really didn't like your partner. Then there's usually the follow-up questions from your family, things that they want to get clarity on. And I'm just so curious as to what the conversation after they met him was like. What did the parents say to her? Because how she's describing this initial meeting, like, oh, like they all loved him and all of that stuff. I will bet your booty 99.999% that there were questions the parents asked about this man that she couldn't answer, unless there is a discernment problem that runs within this entire family. I highly doubt that they met this man. They were also like blown away by him. They found him so charismatic, all of this stuff, and they didn't ask a single question after. This is key information that we're missing to get a better understanding of the full picture and what flags were missed. Also, like some depending on how your family is, I'm not going to stereotype African cultures altogether, but yeah, there are some families that just care about you finding someone and marrying them, and they won't do a lot of digging. They, like, so long as they know that they have money they can provide for you, your parents are just like, done, we're good. But in my experience, it seems like her family is quite involved in, well, involved to an extent anyway. I can't speak so much on like their relationship, but in my experience, even after the debrief, there was the follow-up from my mom on how do you feel? What are your thoughts? Like, how are you feeling about this? All of this stuff. There was that, and there has been, I should say there has been this consistent support from my side of the family to make sure that they are digging, not with the intention of upsetting me or invalidating how I am feeling and who I've chosen to marry, but they're digging to make sure that there's no stone left unturned. Whew, when I went to the UK and my uncle decided to pull out the questions and drop all the questions, that was a lot. And it was something that I expected because my family cares first and foremost about protecting me. If I come to them and say, hey, this is the person I want to marry, you bet your booty that they are going to do their research and they're going to make sure that I'm ending up with someone who's actually healthy for me. And they're going to make sure that if they're asking me questions that I can't answer, that I should know as someone who is saying that I want to marry this person, they are going to call that out and they're not going to sugarcoat things. And it's hard to make a judgment on, or like a full like statement on Onika's family and friends and the kind of support that they provided for her during this situation, because every time that we've heard about the friends and the family, everyone's super in support of him. Like, it doesn't sound like anyone's asking questions. And that to me doesn't sound like it sounds like she surrounds herself with quite a few different types of people. It doesn't sound like she's in an echo chamber. So I'm wondering if there were people asking questions and pointing out things that could be potential red flags, but because she had such heavy blinders on, she just, decided not to entertain those questions. I just find it so interesting that she had this conversation with her parents, introduced him, and they didn't ask questions that kind of poked holes into this relationship that you guys are in. But then again, she's probably not going to be forthcoming with every single thing that's happened in the relationship so far because, African parents, there's some things that you keep to yourself. Unfortunately, that's kind of how our culture is. I always really envied my, for lack of better terms, like my Caucasian friends who could tell their parents every single little thing. Because with African parents, there are some things that you say and they will look at you and just be like, what did you just say? What did you just tell me that you did? Yeah. So there's some things that as African daughters, we definitely don't tell our parents, but I highly doubt that there is no one asking these questions when it comes to like vetting this man. I know what it's like to be with someone who's extremely charismatic and extremely charming, but even in those moments, my friends and my family were still asking the questions and poking holes. And when I continued to be with those people and put on blinders, that was a conscious decision that I made to ignore the red flags. And like I was saying, she's a little bit of an unreliable narrator because she told us that she fell so deeply in love that everything she was out of control, right? So I highly doubt that the parents just also fell in love with him and didn't ask any questions and didn't see any red flags popping up.
And then we started looking at flights and he was like, it's a long trip. I only want to fly business. And they were like $12,000 round trip. And he's like, well, maybe we can make it work. I was like, we are not spending that much on flights to South Africa. That's not happening. And so I started looking at other flights and then we talked about maybe going to Brazil. And then he tells me, okay, make an itinerary and look at hotels and flights and everything and send it to me and I'll book it. We're going to go to Brazil. I said, okay, sounds good. So I wake up one day, I said, hey, did you book the travel? And he was like, no, I haven't, but there's something I need to talk to you about. I go, what's up? He goes, so I talked to a doctor because my back has gotten really, really bad. And turns out I have 2 herniated discs and I'm going to need to get surgery. And I said, okay, like, that's fine. And he said, I'm going to have to get surgery December 21st. And I said, oh, wow. Okay, well, that's fine. We don't need to go on a trip. I'll just come to Denmark and I'll help you recover and everything. And he said, actually, no, I don't want you to come. to Denmark. I want you to be there, but I don't want that to be the first time you meet my parents, and they definitely want to be there. And at this point, I'm like, what do you mean? I'm your girlfriend, and we're talking about the future. Why would I not be there when you're getting a major surgery? And I will continue on in part 7.
Finally, like throughout this entire thing, I'm like, why have you been so calm about not meeting the family? But also, I'm kind of confused, and maybe this is just because I'm doing other things while listening to this, but if his herniated disc was so bad, how was he able to help her set up for, was it that he helped her set up for the cultural event? Hey Vigard, yes, we are live. But yeah, I'm just confused. So Vigard in the chat on Twitch, for those of you who are on YouTube, he says that who did I deceive? He's Danish. Well, Vigard, I don't know if you deceived anyone, but unfortunately, Onika's ex-boyfriend, fiance, we still haven't gone to that part, apparently ended up scamming her out of thousands of dollars, and we're just trying to figure out how that happened and what we can learn from this experience for anyone who is currently dating or trying to find the person that they're with. We are not saying that all Danish people are out here doing what this man did, by the way. So Vigard, you are good. Let's get back to the reaction.
Okay, Danish deception part 7. So he tells me that he needs to get a back surgery and he does not want me to come to Denmark because he wants me to meet his parents with him there because there's a serious language barrier, and he wants to make sure that I can communicate with them through him. And he's like, I don't want you to be using Google Translate to talk to them the first time you meet them. And yeah, and at first I was really upset because I felt like he wasn't treating me like I was his family. And I remember having a conversation to my mom about it because I was really frustrated. And she asked me, she said, do you think his parents know about you? And I remember I got really defensive because I told her, in what world would his parents not know about me? And I told him, I really want to be there.
Thank you. Okay, so once again, this is why she's an unreliable narrator to some extent, because this is what I was saying. Like, the parents, there's no way that you have Nigerian parents, you tell them that you want to marry a man, or you're serious enough about a man to introduce them to your family, and they don't ask the hard-hitting questions. So I feel like there's probably been people who have been giving her reality checks, but she's been, once again, blinders on, and now there's a shift. Because family is super important to her. It's one of her core values. So her mom asking, hey, I know that you've introduced him to us, but do you even think his family knows about you? Yeah, you'd get defensive about it because you're so deeply in love with this man that you've lost all common sense at this point. But it's a valid question because it is not normal in the 21st century, where it is 2025, everyone has a freaking cell phone. I do not care how busy he would have said that his parents are, whatever excuse that he would have made up. It is not normal that he is so in love with you, just took you ring shopping, saying that he wants to marry you, and you have not had a single conversation with his family. You haven't heard them over the phone. You haven't seen him video chatting them. This is not realistic. It's not normal. So thank goodness her mom stepped in. Knew the parents at one point would, because this is odd behavior.
I was still kind of like pushing on him for like the full day. And I remember like that was like one of our first like little fights. At this point, we had not fight at all. Like, we have not had a single fight in the last 4 months because it's December of 2022. And so I told him, I said, listen, I really want to be there for you. And he was like, honestly, I don't want to like fight about this anymore. Like, let's just put this to rest.
Oh, sorry to just cut in. I just realized they're 4 months in and they're boyfriend and girlfriend, right? They're exclusive, all of this stuff. And she still hasn't met the family. One of my my non-negotiables, if you are going to date me and say that, hey, like, you're my girlfriend and like I'm going to take on that title, is that I would have had to meet your family. So if I was in her situation, yeah, I'm not being exclusive with you. I'm not agreeing to any of that until I have met your family. This is how you avoid situations like this to an extent. I still don't know the full story, but I am not about to commit to you without understanding, once again, who's surrounding you and who's influencing you. Obviously, once again, there's exceptions because not everyone has family around, but the people that you consider family, if I haven't met them, there is no commitment from me. And that's because I need to make sure that I protect myself and I fully understand who I'm about to commit myself to. Because in African cultures and a lot of other cultures too, but specifically in African cultures, like especially in Ghanaian culture, y'all can get married without at least in the Ashanti culture, y'all can get married without the bride and the groom actually being there, because the marriage is actually between the families. So family is very, very important. So once again, this kind of like the losing of herself, her knowing that family is a core value, but because this man came in and like she's lost herself in this, like she forgot about her values around family. How the heck are we 4 months in and you still haven't met this man's family, yet you guys went ring shopping and you're saying that you're going to marry him? There's a loss of common sense. There's a complete loss of common sense. So yeah, I'm very happy that her mom brought it up, because yeah, does the family even know about you? Because when my fiance's family knew about me, they wanted to know everything. They wanted pictures. They're rushing for the marriage. They want to rush everything because they want me to be part of the family. I would never personally be with someone whose family I hadn't met and whose family is not in love with me just as much as I am in love with them. I know that there's some people who do it where they marry into a family that doesn't necessarily like them. For me, I just couldn't do it. I do not have the mental fortitude for that. So I wouldn't end up in a situation like this, because we would be 4 months in and I would still be very much single until you introduced me to your parents. You wouldn't have flown down and moved in with me. You wouldn't have gotten money from me, because until I met your family, I was not going to commit to anything.
And I remember being frustrated because I also didn't have plans for Christmas because my family was going to be traveling, and I had planned to spend Christmas with him. So I remember I reached out to my best friend Natalie. I was talking to her about the situation, and she said, why don't you fly to New York, spend a couple days with me, and then we'll go spend Christmas in Boston with my family. And I said, okay, like we can do that. And so I brought up the option to my ex. He said, I think that's a great idea. I obviously don't want you to spend Christmas by yourself. And so I said, okay, that works. And I'm obviously extremely sad because at this point I hadn't seen him in weeks, and now I don't know when I'm going to see him again because he's getting this surgery on December 21st. So I make plans, book my flight to New York, and a couple days before I leave, he told me, you know, maybe what we can do is you can come to Denmark maybe a couple days after my back surgery, because the doctors say that I need to be up walking a couple days afterwards, and I think it's just my mom that's gonna come. So what we can do is you can come meet my mom and we can go see like the Christmas lights, and at that point I'll be able to translate and everything. And so I said that's fine. So I was like, I'll fly to New York, go to Boston, spend Christmas with my friend Natalie, and then I'll also have like an extra bag packed for like things to wear in Copenhagen, and just make sure I'm prepared to figure out what the plan is whenever he tells me. And so I think we had decided that it was December like 26th or 27th that I was gonna go to Copenhagen and then spend like a week there. So I go to New York, have a great couple days with my friend Natalie, and then on like the second day I'm in New York, I get a message from him, and he said, oh my goodness, my dad's back in the hospital. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry to hear that. He's like, his infection numbers are bad again, his blood poisoning again, and he ended up getting diagnosed with leukemia. And I just, I wanted to be there for him. And I said, like, do you want me to come? Like, I want to be there for you. Like, I don't want you to feel like you have to navigate through these things without having like your partner there to support you. And he said, right now, I just need to like focus on my family, and I'm grateful for you to be here, but I also don't want you to meet my dad for the first time in a hospital bed. And I'm obviously frustrated because I really want to be there for him, but I also don't want to be too pushy because I'm like, this is your family, your dad's in the hospital. I don't want to put too much on him. And so we made the decision that I was just going to be kind of like on standby. which was fine because I was with my best friend Natalie and I love her so much. And so I was having honestly a wonderful time with her and her family. And so we had left New York, went to Boston. Obviously, I'm still in constant communication with him, trying to figure out what's happening. And he sends me a message. I think it's on December 23rd. He sends me a message and he says, I'm so angry. I just got into a fight with my sister. And maybe like 5 minutes later, he gives me a call and I'm like, what happened? He said, we're sitting in the hospital room and my dad is obviously laying in the bed and my older sister looks to me and says, so where are you spending Christmas? And I said, not with you, bitch. And it turned into a huge fight. They start screaming at each other in the hospital. He storms out. He feels so disrespected. His mom's upset. His little sister's upset because like, you know, they're already spending some of their holidays in the hospital. And like now, like they have all this tension in the family. And so I remember just being like so confused as to like why his sister is like this awful person. Like, why is she treating you like this, especially at a time when your dad is not doing okay? And so he calls me. He's like, I'm just so upset. Like, I want to get away. And I said, well, let me know what you need from me. Like, I'm literally a plane ride away. And he said, well, I obviously, like, now that I'm like, don't want to be around my family, I would love to see you. And I said, okay, well,
What's going on in my head right now is I really like this guy. If it's money is money. People do dumb things for money. I've seen some things floating around that apparently he is currently still scamming women, or more women are coming out about being involved with him. We'll address that once we actually get through this first part. But anyone who fakes cancer, I really, not that I pray that, you know, what he's saying is true, because it would be great if his dad didn't have to go through this. But if this was made up, you're irredeemable to me. In that aspect, there's certain things that you just don't lie about. And having lost my dad to cancer, this is one of those things where I'm just, I really, really hope that he did not make up. But one other thing that stuck out to me in my head is him calling his sister female dog. That assuming that his dad is actually sick, being in a situation where you have, and the relationship with his sister is actually as fractured as he describes it to be, being in a situation where his sister is picking a fight or like they're having a disagreement, I could see emotions getting high enough for someone to say something out of pocket. But it also, like, whenever people say out of pocket things when they are emotionally wound up, or they start, you know, degrading another human being or calling, like, swearing at them, stuff like that, I do mark that as more of like a pink flag, because this is why it's important to know how who your partner surrounds themselves with, and it's important to see how they interact with the people that surround them. Because imagine if you and your partner end up getting into a heated situation, is he also going to call you a B word? Imagine it's, you know, something like it's a very innocuous thing, or maybe, you know, there's a lot going on and you guys get into an argument. Is that going to be something that pops up for you? Because if he's saying it to someone else, he could definitely say it to you, right? So this is why I really place so much emphasis on, I will not agree to be your girlfriend or your boyfriend, marry you, until I met your family, met your friends, seen it like a couple times realistically, to understand how you engage with them, and also seeing how your partner acts when they are triggered, in the sense of being in a high sense of emotion, in a high emotional state. Like, I'm sorry, but if in a high emotional state you're calling your sister a B word, I understand that there's personal history there. For me, it's going to flag in my head. It's going to make me a bit uncomfortable, because if we get in an argument, we are in a highly tense moment, am I the one who's now going to be called the B word? So just something to note. Like, I know her focus is like, oh, like, why is your sister like this and all of that? But I'm just like, If he can call his sister a B word, what stops him from calling you that when he's in a high stress state? And you might be like, well, it's a different situation. Relationships can go sour. Relationships can have rough patches. And in those moments where we are having rough patches, I need my partner to be able to step away when they feel like they are out of control, where they are in high emotion. I need my partner to be able to step away. I need to be able to step away. And I need my partner to not cuss at me and to not call me degrading names, because I will leave. That is a standard that I've had for years, and I stand 10 toes down on it. You want to curse at me, you want to call me names, you want to call other people names, I'm not standing for it, because that's not the person that I want to be a role model for my children. When my children see you in a high emotional state, I want them to see you be able to take a step back, calm yourself down before you say something that you're going to regret. That's the example I want for my children, and that's the example that I strive to be for my children as well. So the fact that we're just glossing over him calling his sister a B word like it's nothing. Well, what if you have children? What if you have a son and a daughter who don't like each other? And now the example of a dad that they have is your dad calling his sister a B word. Are you going to be okay with your own children mirroring the relationship that he has with his sister? Just some food for thought. Like, a lot of the times when you are, like, I don't even know if this is like infatuation or you're just lost in the sauce, for lack of better terms, and you've got like these rose-colored glasses on, all of like your mental facets can really go away. But this is why I say that falling in love is not something that makes you out of control like she's describing. This was a conscious decision to fall so deeply in love that she had the blinders on, right? Because now she's having these moments of like reality checks, and mainly with her mom, bringing in the family stuff. So she has the ability to step back into herself and her logical self and think things through. She just chose not to for different reasons. But yeah, if a man's ever referring to a woman as a female dog, I can't really think of a scenario where I would be okay with that at this stage in my life, even in a joking manner. But it's definitely not going to be a man that I'm marrying that would be okay with saying that. And if he did say that and called someone that, he's not going to relay that part of what he said to another woman, even if it's his sister that they have had a falling out with. He's not going to relay that back to me, because he knows that I would look down upon that kind of behavior, because I expect my partner to have better emotional regulation than that. If you are getting triggered by your sister, you got to take a step back before you say anything that you're going to regret. And you're not going to come to me and tell me that, hey, yeah, I called my sister a B word, unless you you're telling me that because you immediately apologized for it after.
You can book a flight to Copenhagen and come stay with you. And he said, I don't know, I just kind of feel like I just need to get out of Denmark. And at that point, he was obviously in his hometown in Aalborg, which is 4 hours north of Copenhagen. And so he took a train back to Copenhagen. He's spending Christmas completely by himself, so sad. And we're still trying to iron out what the plans are. And he, again, tells me, I want to leave Denmark. And I was like, are you sure? Because at this point, like, I knew that I wouldn't say we were having like financial issues, but I knew like obviously there was like a little bit of tension with like all of his expenses that were adding up. And so I was like, it might be easier for me to just fly there and I can just stay with you. And he's like, I just really want to get away. And I said, okay, where do you want to go? He said, have you been to Paris before? And I said, no, I actually have not been to Paris. And he's like, well, let's do Paris. And I said, okay, I'm absolutely down to do Paris. And so I look at flights. I book a flight from Boston to Paris, the layover in Iceland, and I leave on the 26th, and I get to Paris on the 27th, and I see him. He meets me at the airport. We arranged our flights to make sure we landed around the same time. And something I need to add is before I had gone to Paris, he had told me that he had made a transfer from his business account to his personal account. And obviously in the States, when you make a transfer like that, it's just like a click of a button. Like, I have a business account, it's a click of a button. But he told me that in Denmark, when you make a transfer from your business account to your personal account, it actually has to go through the IRS. They take out the taxes and then they deposit the money into your personal account. And I'm over here thinking like that's so crazy, but I also know like Denmark is a foreign country that I don't know anything about. I didn't question it for a second. And so he said, I'm just gonna ask my mom to give me a quick little loan so I can obviously cover everything with Paris and whatnot. And I said, okay, just let me know what she says. And then he basically came back to me and said, she said that she will only give me the money if I spend a couple more days with the family. I said, well, you should do that. Like, I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to take you away from your family by any means. And he said, I don't even want to be around them right now. It's just like not good for my mental health. And then I said, okay, well, what do you need from me? I said, I can cover like the flights and the hotels. It's not that big of a deal. And at that point, we had been on 2 trips together, or no, we'd only been on 1 trip together to the south of France. And then Paris was going to be our second trip. The rest of the times, he had now visited me in Dallas 3 times. And so I told him, I said, I can pay for the flights and the hotels. It's not that big of a deal. He said, are you sure? I said, yeah, of course. He's like, I just don't know what I would do without you. Like, I just feel like I keep hitting these roadblocks and you are there to pick up the pieces every single time. And I'm so grateful for that. And I said, I'll always be there to support you. So now we can go back to landing in Paris. We meet at the airport and he told me, he's like, letting you know I'm not in the best mood. I've been just like really upset. And I said, I am here.
One thing that's not, another thing, so many things not sitting well with me, but remember that the conversation that he had with his dad. Once again, we don't know if his dad is true or is like actually exists, but the conversation that he had with his dad where his dad said that he wasn't going to lend him any money because he was being irresponsible with his money. Let's assume that that conversation was true. It's obviously she's got blinders on, but it's interesting how in this scenario where she knows that he is still struggling financially, this is the first time we're hearing about it, even though, you know, we've been she's had a few videos now, but apart from needing that loan from her, in my head I thought that once she gave him the 6,000, like things were fixed and then he was back to normal. He flew to see her, so I assumed that he was back to his baseline for finances and he was good. But now she's letting us know that no, he was still struggling financially and now apparently expenses are piling up. So help me understand, Miss Onika. Knowing that your man's dad apparently didn't lend him money because he was financially irresponsible, he's apparently still been struggling financially even after needing to borrow some money from you. Why are we going to Paris? Why is it not a red flag for you that this man, despite knowing that he's not in the best financial situation, is saying, hey, let's go to Paris? And there's some of you who really love to ride on the self-care, like sometimes you just need to go and do it. No. When you are telling someone that you want to marry them, even if you guys decide that you keep your finances separate, your financial decisions don't impact only you anymore. So if you know that right now you are not having as much income, you are struggling financially, there is no reason that any reasonable man who wants to provide for the woman that he wants to marry would say, hey, let's go to Paris. Let's spend more money that I actually don't have, which now she's having to pay for this trip. Let's go and do something that adds onto the financial insecurity that I'm currently experiencing. If the whole not meeting the family thing wouldn't have made me leave, this would have made me leave. Being financially irresponsible is a trait that is extremely hard to fix. His dad said it. Now he's showing you through his actions that he's not financially responsible. You're telling us that he's still struggling financially. And I understand that he wants to pick me up and everything like that. But why are we choosing to travel? Both of you traveling, because he's in Denmark right now, you're in the US, so both of you have to fly over to Paris. When it would have been cheaper for only one of you to fly to see each other. to me, this indicates it's not like a lack of impulse control, but a man who's operating by his feelings as opposed to logic. And there's moments where you've gotta, you know, go by your feelings versus stepping into your logical brain. But a man who is thinking about building a family, raising a family, and actually has that mentality of providing for you, if they are struggling financially, they're not going to put you in more debt, or they're not going to put themselves in more financial constraints, especially when that isn't needed. Because he knows who you are as a person, that you would be just as happy if you guys had just stayed inside in Denmark or stayed inside in Dallas. He knows that you would have been just as happy with just one of you flying over to see each other. You didn't need to do a trip to Paris. So he is prioritizing that feeling of feeling good and going to Paris and doing the thing, as opposed to, hey, right now, financially, I'm struggling. I don't want to borrow more money from you. So how about you fly to me for Christmas, or I fly to you because I really want to get out of Denmark, and then we spend Christmas in Dallas. That should have been the conversation if he was actually thinking about properly rebuilding during whatever financial hardships that he's facing. This is like a red flag that I could not move past. Unless there was like a very, very like insanely good reason why we need to go to Paris when you don't have the finances to support a trip to Paris. I would not, if I was in love with you, like, this would have made me take a huge step back. Because what in the world? Something's not right there.
To make you happy. So we land in Paris, we see each other, we're so happy. And we had the most spectacular trip in Paris. Like, we were just exploring. It was my first time there. And it was, obviously, I paid for a lot of that trip, and he paid for a little bit of the trip too. So we both kind of paid. And keep in mind, he still owes me $6,000 at this point. I am not concerned about the money. I don't know why I should have been concerned. I should have been noticing these red flags, like, bro, like, where's my money? But again, this is someone that I am planning on marrying, and money at this point, like, money comes and goes, and I wasn't focused on that. I was just focused on us. So
Planning on marrying
we finish our
whose
trip
family haven't
in
met.
Paris, say our goodbyes, and we start just, you know, getting depressed, as we always do when we say goodbye. And I board my flight to Dallas, and he asked me, what are your thoughts on us meeting with an immigration attorney just to get an idea of what the process entails? And I said, absolutely, I would love to do that. Obviously, I had Googled and looked into a few things, but nothing concrete. At the time, one of my best friends was working part-time for immigration attorneys. So I reached out to her. I said, hey, can I get her contact information? And she said, yeah, of course. She gives me her contact information. And I call her, we set up a meeting, and obviously, you know, still the time difference. He had a work trip in Norway that he was at. And at this point, also, little side note, we had started sharing our locations while we were in Paris. So I had his location at this point, and I could see that he was in Norway. And he also FaceTimed me from the hotel room. So he was in Norway, 100%. And we had a call with the lawyer, and we were discussing the process, and she tells us it's going to take 18 months for you guys to get all of this process after the time you get married. And I was like, 18 months? She's like, everything is super backed up because of COVID. I always want to let my clients know this stuff so that they are fully prepared. And I just felt like that sounded like such a long time. But we finished a conversation with the lawyer, and I then call my ex, and we're talking, debriefing on everything. And there's two different types of ways to get a permanent residency in the United States. There's consular processing, and then there's another way where you basically apply for the visa and you're living in the States full time while you're processing the visa. So obviously, because he was still working a lot and traveling a lot for work, and because of his dad's health, we decided we would do consular processing because why not? But then we start having the discussions on, okay, but the clock starts after we get married. And that's when he says, well, I would marry you tomorrow. And I was like, well, I would marry you tomorrow.
No.
And he was like, wait, really?
No.
And now the time has come for me to drop the first of many bombs on you guys. This man is actually not my ex-fiance. He is my ex-husband. So I will end right now and we will pick back up in part 8.
I can't even say where are your friends, where's your family anymore, because this is there. No. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, she might not have gotten married that exact day or that exact week. So I guess let's hear what ensued. The way that I thought this was going to be like a relatively chill. I just didn't expect so many moments of what the F are you doing? How does this happen? Wow, okay, let's continue.
The Danish Deception, part 10. So I land in Denmark after a couple of layovers, and my ex is waiting after baggage claim. He's waving a Danish flag, and I'm just so excited to be in Denmark for the first time.
Wait. We just finished part 7, right? Okay. It seems my assistant missed part 8 and 9. No worries. Give me one moment and I will go and find it on TikTok for us. I had Onika's TikTok opened just in case something like this happened so that we can still watch it. So let me just move this over to a new window. Because, yeah, I'm invested. Now that we know that she married this man, I need to understand how. How did we end up here? Okay, so we're looking for part 8. Danish Deception part 8. Okay. Now let me get this. BRB, guys. I will.
My heart responds, Lord, I am coming. Lord, I am. Do not turn your back on me. Do not turn your back on me. Do not reject your servant in anger. You have always been my helper. Don't leave me now. Don't abandon me, oh God of my salvation. Even if my father and mother abandon me, oh, the Lord will hold me close. Teach me how to live, oh Lord. Lead me along the right path, for my enemies are waiting for me. Do not let me fall into their hands, for they accuse me of things I've never done. With every breath they threaten me with violence. Yet I am confident I will see the Lord's good.
Thank you for waiting patiently. We should be good. Oh, 1 minute. Excuse me. Okay, so we should be good to now watch this. Hopefully the audio comes through. Let me know if you can't hear it.
The Danish Deception Part 8. I was not going to leave you guys hanging, but I do have a wedding tonight, so this will be the final part of the evening. And just want to let you guys know, I need you to bear with me. I do have a job. I do have a life. I'm trying to do this at my own pace, but I also wanted to say thank you all for being here. This is not easy to share with the world, but your support truly means so much to me. All right, so yeah, we were not just...
And I do want to say, like, obviously thank you to her for sharing this, because the more women can watch this and just kind of poke at like the red flags and stuff like that that she was experiencing that she didn't heed, the more that we can all learn and grow in like our dating experiences. But also keep in mind, like, when I'm giving commentary on stuff like this, it's not aimed at the current Onika. Sounds like she's learned a lot and grown from this, but my commentary is more on the actions of the younger Delulu Onika, who ended up going through all of this. And we have all had our dating mess ups and moments where, or for most of us, I would say, I shouldn't say all, because I know some people, they meet one person and then they end up with them, and not everyone dates or rotationally dates and stuff like that either. So you may not have some experiences with like men like this, but we've all had some experiences with men where we had an inkling that they weren't going to be a healthy partner, or like they weren't an aligned partner, and then we decide to like push past the red flags. And I think at the end of the day, that's what this series is really showcasing, is like, you gotta trust your intuition. When there's continuous red flags that are popping up, listen to them. Definitely listen to them. But yeah, when I am giving my critique, for lack of a better word, it is aimed at the older Onika. And I do appreciate her for sharing this, because otherwise this man could have kept on scamming without people knowing anything.
Engaged, we were married, and we are now divorced. So once we made the decision to get married, I remember we had a phone call over the course of like 6 hours. In one day, we talked on the phone about all the things that we wanted to get out of life. We talked about kids, we talked about religion, we talked about everything. And at the end of that day, he told me, do you still want to get married? And I said, absolutely. I'm in love with you. I want to build a life with you. I want to have a family with you. So the decision was very, very simple. And so he already told me about a month prior that he had reached out to his realtor about putting out feelers about selling his home. Because at this point, now that we're getting married, he's like, I'm going to just try to spend as much time in Dallas as possible. And I was absolutely okay with that. And so in the beginning of January, he had told me that his realtor got an offer off market for his place. And I was like, that's great. And he was like, I'm going to probably take a loss. So, I mean, I'm just trying to get as much as my down payment back. And I was like, how much are you going to end up getting back? He said, probably around $500,000. I was like, well, that's, a good solid base for us to have. And I was more than okay with that. Keep in mind, he still does owe me money at this point. So they end up going under contract. The plan is for the house to sell.
I'm just going to say, I don't know, maybe she'll share with us what they discussed in terms of finances, whether they're going to combine or keep their finances separate. But considering you married this man, the debt that he owes you is your debt now. It's a combined debt. It's going to, yeah, he could pay it back to you, but it's just going to go back into the relationship. So this is why, unless like it's under dire circumstances, why the heck are we loaning a man money when he hasn't even put a ring on your finger? But if you're getting married to a man who owes you money, well, in my personal belief and how we manage our finances and everything like that, what debt, like that debt is now, like you guys are one unit. If she's going, I honestly, I can't tell what her true, like, full religious stance is and everything like that, but if she was doing things biblically in a sense, or Christian, like the traditional Christian route, the debt would kind of get washed out. So It's interesting that she's bringing that up because I'm wondering if, in terms of like how they're going to allocate their finances, if they decided that they're going to keep their finances separate, which would make sense if she keeps bringing up that he still owes her money.
By the end of January, and everything seemed like it was going smooth. And then one day he calls me and he tells me that he's had the worst day ever. And I'm like, oh, now what?
Yeah.
He's frantic. He's like, there's a fire in the control room, the electrical control room at the apartment complex that he bought. And he's just like, I don't know what to do. He's like, there's no power. Like, no one has power. He's like, I just paid this guy $2,000 to bring generators to power up the whole entire apartment. I have an electrician coming. And he's like freaking out. And he basically used all of his money he had to put towards like the generators and paying the electrician for as much work as they could do. And I was like, okay, like what now? And he was like, I need help. At this point, he has now asked me for help. He said, can you send me $5,000? And I said, yeah, of course, I can help you. Again, love is a powerful drug. I hate myself. I hate this. I hate that I was so willing to help him, and it is what it is. But I sent him the $5,000. He tells me that his insurance is going to cover it. He's going to be able to pay me back. And also, like, I'm mindful of the fact that his house is supposed to close at the end of the month. And so a week go by and we start talking about plans for the wedding. And so at first we wanted to go to Vegas, and then we looked into it, and Denmark does
my network
recognize wedding marriages
no
that are done in Vegas, because you can get the marriage certificate and get married in the same day. Same thing with Colorado. Shout out to Denmark. I love that rule. But we're like, it's fine. We should just save money. Let's just do it in Dallas, and then we can go do a little weekend trip to Broken Bow, Oklahoma, which is like this cute lake town, and that can be our honeymoon. And he was like, okay, that works fine. We can do that. At this point, he has his flight booked to come back to Dallas in the end of January. Now we're in 2023. And he tells me that
we're gonna be fighting soon.
His really close friends that owns a plumbing business, and my ex was actually godfather of this man's son. This is confirmed. And he came to him and said that his partner in his business is like doing some like shady stuff. He's like scared that he's gonna get like implicated. He wants my ex to buy out his partner, and he's asking him for a loan of $250,000. And I'm like, wow, that's a lot of money. And this time he asked me, and you know, we're about to get married, so now I feel
if this freezes one more time,
like I can insert my opinion about this.
1 minute. If this freezes one more time, we will stop at part 8 and pick up again on Monday, just because the network dip seems to be ongoing. I'm just trying to see. Everyone's back home, so the Wi-Fi might be a little bit unstable for a while. My brain, like, I can't believe that he asked her for $250,000. This is insane. I don't know how she's justifying this to herself, but I guess let's see if we can get through this without it lagging again. If it does lag, we will stop here and pick up again on Monday, and I will post the time when we will be doing the live for Monday, probably by tomorrow evening, once I figure out my schedule a little bit better.
Situation. So I asked him, I'm like, is this just a handout, or is this going to be a good investment? And he was like, well, I think it's gonna be a really good investment. Like, he has a bunch of ideas of how to expand the business. And to me, I was like, well, if you can help a friend and have a good investment, I think that that makes a lot of sense. And I, as you guys can already tell, I'm a very giving person. I've been very giving my entire life. I get it from my parents. They're very generous and selfless. And so when it comes to helping friends and family in need, I've always done it. If I can do it, I'll always do it. And so to me, I'm like, we have this money coming in. let's invest it. And I own.
Being selfless is a good trait to have. However, you have to be selfless and kind with discernment, because there's always going to be people around you who want to take advantage of that. I've talked about it in previous content where I'm someone who's a lover girl. Whenever it comes to partners, I really want to pour into them. I want to show up as my authentic, nurturing, loving self. And there's some people who are miserable within themselves and they want to feed off of that. They don't want, and they want to drain it all out of you, but they don't want to refill your cup. And once again, it's a wonderful trait to be someone who's selfless, but if you are selfless without discernment, you set yourself up for becoming someone who gets taken advantage of. It is beautiful that that's the dynamic that she witnessed her parents, and that's a trait that she witnessed in her parents as well. But selflessness without discernment is being foolish, is being completely and utterly foolish, because you open yourself up to being taken advantage of over and over and over again. And yes, if you have it, you should be willing to help. You should be happy to help, but it should never come at the detriment of yourself. Because in my head, I'm wondering if she's about to make this investment, fully just taking his word on it, not researching it for herself, not getting a second opinion, not investing the money into someone who can give her, who's like an external source that can give her a second opinion due to her financial future. What risk is she about to take on herself beyond losing the money? Selflessness with no discernment is just you being foolish.
This house here, and we don't have any big purchases coming up, so it's okay. I wasn't really stressed and pressed about it. And so basically I was like, okay, the house is going to close at the end of the month, and then he'll be able to pay me back the money that he owes me, and he'll be able to help his friend, and everything will be good to go. So he ends up coming back to Dallas. We get our marriage certificate. We set our wedding date for February 10th. And I remember the night before our wedding, he got really, really bad food poisoning, which I feel like should have been another sign that this was 100% the wrong decision to make. But instead I was like, hey, in sickness and in health, whatever happens, we're going to make it through it. And at this point, he doesn't really have any money. I remember he looked at me, he goes, I'm sick, I'm broke. You want to marry me still? I said, I don't care if you're sick and broke. I love you for you. And we're getting married, and I'm so excited and ready for it. So the morning of our wedding, obviously he couldn't afford.
One moment. You have Nigerian parents. How much did your parents know about his financial situation? Because through sickness and health, absolutely, for a partner who is deserving of that extent of loyalty, you've lent him money, haven't gotten it back yet. You've loaned him money again, and now a third time, and you still set the wedding date. Through sickness and health only applies when the person has taken actions that align with their words. Right now, you are getting married to this man based on potential, the potential of him potentially paying you back. Until you saw a return on all of these investments that you are making into him, until you saw him actually be able to get his money back up, you shouldn't have moved forward with this, because you cannot be this delusional. One of the things that I will stand 10 toes down on is if you are not financially capable of surviving yourself and supporting yourself, we do not have children. You don't have kids. The amount of kids that I have with my partner is dependent on how much money we are bringing into this house, because I'm not going to bring my kids into a situation where we're going to have to struggle and they have to deal with the consequences of our actions. Point blank. I do not F around with kids. I do not play around with kids. And I'm assuming that, considering she was raised more traditionally in the Nigerian family, she's wants to get married, have kids, all of these things. You are about to marry a man who is letting you know that financially he cannot support you, he cannot provide for you, he can't really contribute. And then when you two get married, it's going to be what, about 18 months until he can come to you. He's completely dependent on you. If anything at any point happens to you, he isn't able to support you. And I understand that there's some life circumstances where you don't have a choice but to do stuff like this. She has a choice. You guys aren't married yet. You could have said, you know what? There's a lot going on. Let's wait. And take it from someone who got engaged. Like, once again, I knew my fiance was my husband the moment I met him. Take it from someone who got engaged within a very, very short amount of time. If my mom, my family, didn't think that my fiance could provide for me, which is something that our church vets, by the way, hence why I was like, I don't really know how involved she is in her faith, because usually if you are involved in a church and like it's a good church, it's a church that's family oriented, they are going to take you through the their premarital process, and the finances is one of the conversations that they guide you through, right? If my family didn't believe that my fiance could provide, if the church didn't believe that my fiance could provide, if my fiance's parents didn't believe that he could provide, we would not be getting married. Because what are you going to show up to the wedding with? What's going to be your bride price? And I'm saying that once again because she's Nigerian. They're doing a courthouse wedding, I'm assuming, because I'm curious if her family knew about this, if they attended. There's so many questions, and we'll find out later. But in sickness and health applies to the man who has shown you a consistent pattern of his words and his actions matching up. And you are about to marry a man whose family you still haven't met. Make it make sense. This is driving me nuts. And if I was her friend during this chapter, and I actually knew the ins and outs of this, I would have tapped out. Because I wouldn't be able to walk through watching this train wreck while I am actively advocating against you getting married to this man. And for some of you who are about to say, well, money isn't everything. If you plan on getting married and you plan on having kids and bringing children into this world, and you have a partner who has a pattern of just coming up with, hey, I don't have money, I need another loan, I need another loan, I need another loan, and his life is extremely chaotic. Yeah, the money does have to come into consideration, because this is someone that you are about to commit to, who's going to become the father of your children. Marriage is not something that should be done on a whim. This is why, even though my fiance and I, we knew the moment that we met each other that this was it, we're still going through the processes culturally and through our church to make sure that we are adequately set up for marriage. And this is something that we truly want to do. And we understand the full responsibility that comes with marrying someone. And I know that because we are in a culture where divorce is so easily, obviously you still have to pay for it, we can sometimes have this mentality of like, yeah, let's just get married, and then if we don't want to be married anymore, we can like get it dissolved. But I hold marriage to such a high regard. I am not about to commit myself to someone who has not shown me consistent characteristics that make me feel safe and secure. If you end up losing your job, I'm completely fine with that, so long as I see you looking for the next one, or I see you trying to help me in my business, or I see you going to help your friend in their business to make ends meet in the short term. Because we will all go through these moments in life. Someone will either lose their job, they're not able to work XYZ, but they have to have that character in them to be able to find short-term ways to make ends meet. I'm hearing this man, I'm struggling struggling for money. I need this loan. I need this loan. I need this loan. At no point have I heard, oh, like he decided to, you know, get another partner in to take this over. At no point am I hearing, oh, he decided to start doing Uber. I don't know if Uber is available in Denmark, but like an example like that, like Uber at night to start coming up with the money to close the financial gap. Like I'm not hearing action beyond him still trying to navigate things in the current situation that he's in. And you're about to marry this man. Whew, the bar for marriage is so low, it's ridiculous. And I said what I said. Like, yeah, this is insane. Like, this is absolutely insane. Like, it's funny from like when you know, take a step outside of it and you're like watching this from an observer standpoint. But if I was watching my friend about to make what should be like one of the biggest decisions in her life and commit to a man that owes her thousands and hasn't actually shown any money repayment to prove to me like, yeah, he's like good for his word. And also she still hasn't met his family. I would be heartbroken for her. I would be confused as to what the heck is going on in her head. And I'd be confused as to what is going on with her parents, that they are not personally institutionalizing her, because what in the helly? Love can give you blinders, but this is insanity. And I don't know what she was craving so badly that like blinded her so much to this guy's deception. But oh my goodness. Ugh.
A ring at that point. And so I remember he got on one knee. I like woke up that morning and he's down on one knee next to the bed. And he was like, I know this isn't the proposal you dreamed of. And I promise you, I'm going to propose to you one day with a real ring and we're going to share this with the world. But I want to ask you, will you marry me? And I said, absolutely, I will marry you. And so we went to the courthouse. I remember I was wearing a dress from Fashion Nova because I didn't care. I was just excited to marry my person. And we got married. And I mean, I truly thought this was one of the best days of my life. I was so happy. I was
like, under any normal circumstance, I would have been so happy for anyone in this situation. Because yes, we all have dreams about what our wedding day will look like and our dream proposal and all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, when you meet the person that you truly love, you do just want to marry them, regardless of whether you have the exact setup or you're in the exact life position that you wanted to be in when you got married. One thing that my fiance and I talked about when we first met, and he's like, yeah, he didn't expect to get like to be getting married within this chapter of his life, because he's still very actively building his business and very heavily involved in it. So he, in his ideal world, he would have waited a few more years, but at the end of the day, he doesn't want to risk losing me. He wants to make me his wife. He's known that from the get-go. So yeah, sometimes circumstances aren't perfect. You don't get the exact ring that you want. You don't get the exact dress that you want, all of those things. But when you are like, you know what, F it, like those things don't matter. I truly love this person. Like I want to be with them. That is genuinely beautiful. But in this circumstance, it pisses me the F off. Because because it's an action that is being made. She's taking an action that is irresponsible AF. And it like we romanticize like, oh, like, you know, she was with me when I was broke and then we blew up together. But if we're talking about marriage, kids, white picket fence, and the whole 9 yards, and a man whose words and actions don't match, and a man's family that you've never met, this ain't cute. This to me, I'm scared for you.
grinning so big. I still have the pictures and the videos from this day, and we went to Broken Bow afterwards.
I'm surprised. I would have burnt everything down.
Great weekend,
personally.
In a cabin in the woods, and
gotten rid of everything.
It's just this cute lake town, so it's perfect. And we brought Smokey. I remember we got burgers. I made a lasagna. We just stayed in and hiked, and it was a really, really wonderful honeymoon. after the wedding,
Cute.
he stayed in Dallas for about a week, and then he goes back to Denmark, and he had said that the house had closed and that he was just waiting for the funds. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay in Denmark. Again, I have no idea how this stuff works. And so while he's in Denmark, he says the funds came through. He transferred the money to his friend for the investment in the plumbing business. And he said that he was about to set up a transfer for me for the money he owed me, which was about $10,000 at that point. And so a couple weeks go by. I still haven't received the money. I'm not super pressed about it because I'm like fully trusting him at this point. And he ends up booking his flight to come back to visit in March. And this trip was a trip.
We're so close to the end of this. Okay, bear with my network. We'll finish part 8, and then after this we will pause and we'll pick up on Monday, and I'll make sure part 9 I actually downloaded, so that's on my computer, so that if the network decides to, act up, we can still watch it without the interruption.
Dad and my mom were coming back to Dallas to come visit, and he already planned to ask my dad for my hand in marriage. And so he's about to come visit, and he calls me maybe like a couple of days before he's about to come to Dallas. And he said, I received the worst possible news today.
Oh my gosh.
And I will continue on in part 9.
Part 9. Thank you, girl.
Hope you guys have a great night.
Okay.
The Danish deception, part 8.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so there is more drama. This guy is constant drama. I really don't like people who are chaotic. And this is not to say that obviously like you can't have things going on in your life, but when there is a pattern of there's always something going wrong, and there's usually a financial aspect associated with it, I mean, this is not like just like with men, like men, women. I've met some people where like I'll meet them out and they're trying to be friendly with me, and then I'm hearing about their life, and immediately I'm like building up a wall because the everything that they're sharing about me to me with their life is just, it's so steeped in chaos, and I'm like, I do not have the capacity for those kinds of friendships anymore. For those of you who don't know much about me, I had the reputation of being the therapy friend, the therapy coworker, as well. And that is a lot to take on when you're just trying to navigate your own life. And as someone who used to be like very front facing in my coaching business, where I was working with clients, taking on everyone else's problems, my clients' problems, and then trying to hold space for myself just wasn't working. So I've had to take a big step back and really audit the people that I surround myself with. I could not date a man like this because the fact that his life is so chaotic, but he's also bringing me into that chaos, does not sit with me whatsoever. There's some things that my partner like it happens in his business and he'll be going through it, but him and his friend, they'll deal with it, and then he'll debrief me after, because his mindset is like, when I come home, I want you to be happy. I want you to be stress-free. And he's like, it's not something that I needed to bring you into, but he's like, he'll still tell me what happened so that I understand what was going on for him. It's not him hiding anything from me. It's him deciding like, hey, this isn't something that I need to also add on to my partner's plate. I'll handle it. I'll resolve it, and then I will tell her what happened after. And I do the same thing when things are happening in my business or when things are happening in my life, where I'm like, oh, like he's got a lot going on. I don't need to add this onto his plate. We'll still have a conversation about it. But yeah, honey, like this happened. It was super frustrating. But I've already handled it. What I don't like about this man is that every time he comes to her with like one of these more chaotic moments, it's while things are actively happening. So it puts her in a high emotional state. She wants to help him. She wants to be there for him. And that's part of like the emotional manipulation aspect of being with a partner that is unhealthy. Because like when you're so emotionally invested and they're actively going through the thing, you want to be there to support them. That's why sometimes you're like, I know how my partner is. They're very selfless. They want to like help me in any way, shape, or form, but they've got XYZ going on that they need to prioritize for their future, for our future. I can take this on by myself. And some of you might not agree with that. Some of you might be like, no, like the moment something comes up, I share with my partner, and that's completely fine. And I think that works better when you are someone where you're working in more of like a traditional job. You're working more of a 9 to 5, because when you're an entrepreneur and you're with a fellow entrepreneur, and even for me, like even if I went back to a 9 to 5, I would still have this mentality. But when you are with a fellow entrepreneur, there's just so much responsibility already stacked on top of you, especially with me having a team. There's other people's livelihoods that I'm responsible for. Then you've also got your relationship to take care of. You've got your family, because we're both African, so we've got our family to also support. And then we've got, the other dynamics. There's so much on our plates already, that I take a significant amount of consideration for what I am sharing with my partner, because I know that anything that is distressing me, he wants to help me with, but that can sometimes derail him and take time away from the things that he needs to put his attention towards. So it really, and I think like most men that I know that provide, meaning like they don't share finances or anything, like they provide for their household, they are like this with their wives. Like, yes, there might be things that happen in their day-to-day lives. Even there might be things that happen in like at work that they'll bring home, and like they'll have conversations with the wife about. But most of the time, like if they know like the wife's workload or stress or like is high, they're oftentimes going to just handle some of these smaller things by themselves, and then just talk to their partner after things have been resolved, so that they don't add more stress onto the partner's plate. And I do think that that is a form of love and consideration that is often overlooked, because we do have the stereotype that, yeah, like we should be able to handle everything, you should be able to share everything with your partner. But if your partner is someone who truly genuinely loves you and they care for you, whenever you share with them something that's distressing you, usually they're going to want to help you. Onika is a perfect example of this. She's a very selfless individual, so anytime her man came to her with something that was stressing him out, she wants to help him. And this is definitely him taking advantage of that nature of hers, right? Because for like most men who are well intentioned, who want to provide, and even if you're not, doing 100, like he's not providing fully or anything like that, like most men, when they love their partners, they're going to want to take stress off you. They're not going to want to add stress onto you. Now, I guess you could argue, well, maybe he just wants to keep her up to date with all of these things that are happening so that she's in the loop. Yeah, but with the business stuff and the fire stuff and stuff, like he easily could have been like, yeah, honey, like, yeah, this is what happened with the electricity, but don't worry, I've got it handled. He doesn't necessarily need to go into details unless she's asking for the details. There's ways that he could have communicated it that don't add to her stress, and don't add on to her feeling like, oh, like let me see if I can step in financially. Like this, I don't know if you guys are getting me, but like this constant pattern of like, hey, there's this thing and another thing and another thing and another thing. When your partner isn't filtering out like these chaotic events to some extent, you always feel like you've got to step in to support, especially in the situation where he's now broke. And that's a lot to put on. That's a lot to put on your partner. Remember, something that my fiance and I talked about recently, but when it comes to raising children, I know they don't have kids, by the grace of God, to my knowledge, but when it comes to raising children, we say that it takes a village, right? Well, you usually start building that village before you guys have the kids. And the reason why we have that village is because your partner isn't really meant to carry every single thing in terms of like supporting you. There are some relationships where that works well, where you rely on your partner for like a good like 99% of your emotional support. But a lot of people who have been in relationships like that, where the partner is fully dependent on them for being their emotional support because they don't have any support systems outside of them, even they get burnt out. Even if they are someone who's good at holding space, they get burnt out, right? So I can only imagine for Onika, I know this is like the first love of her life and the first long-term relationship that she's been in, but I'm genuinely curious, like, if you had had a conversation with her during that time, where now the guy owes her $10,000 instead of, I would think I was saying 250,000 earlier. I'm curious if you would have asked her like, hey, like, how do you feel about like the pattern in your relationship of there always being like some big chaotic event happening every like 2 weeks, and like it's in your relationship specifically, like it. I would be surprised if she didn't say that she was emotionally exhausted, because I'm emotionally exhausted listening to this. Because every single time, keep in mind, like, if this is not just like the financial aspects, every single time that there's a huge event in this man's life, she has to be there to listen to it and to hold space for that. That can get very mentally taxing, even for the strongest woman. So this has been really, really interesting. Let me know if you ended up getting anything done. I did, like I said, I did get a little bit done, but definitely not as much as I wanted to. But this has been very eye-opening. I at this point in my life, I really do just kind of live in my bubble. God has blessed me with the thing that I've always wanted since I was a child, which was my fiance, and life looks very different for me now, compared to what I was expecting it to look like this year, and I'm very, very grateful for that. And of course, there's ups and downs, especially like in business and all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, I have the thing that I've always wanted the most in the world, and that is my fiance, and I'm extremely, extremely, extremely grateful for him. So I'm just like, I understand that want for love and that need for that kind of like love. But even in my journey, I've never been so blind. And this is just the kind of person I am, in a situation like this. I couldn't get here. My family and my friends would not allow me to get here. They just wouldn't. This would not be possible in my friends and my family. Also, another thing that popped up for me is the fact that they ended up doing the courthouse wedding, but then he was going to ask the dad for her hand in marriage after. Whew. If you want to disrespect African parents that are more traditional and they care about marriage, marry their daughter before you ask for their hand in marriage. If you want to disrespect African parents, marry their daughter before you ask for their hand. I am sure that the parents were like understanding, or that's what it's going to be framed as and everything like that. But believe me, if it was up to me and my fiance, we probably would have just gone to the courthouse and done our thing after the church procedures are over and everything like that. But in a culture where marriage is more so for like is between the families, at least in Ghanaian culture, it is. And I've gone to a few Nigerian weddings and the family's heavily involved, and there's still the bride price and everything like that. So I'm pretty sure Nigerian weddings are more so between the families as well. Ooh, I cannot imagine the actual conversations, the unfiltered conversations that were happening behind the scenes once the parents found out that these two had gotten married at the courthouse prior to actually asking for the daughter's hand in marriage. For some people, if you're not part of the African culture, that might not seem like a big thing. But in African culture, yeah, if you're going to go and marry a woman from a more traditional family without first asking for her hand in marriage and getting approval, that's a really, really good way to get off to a bad start with your in-laws. Onika's family, parents seem like very like forgiving, understanding people and everything like that. So I'm sure it doesn't seem like that. From my understanding, the entire family got caught up in the scam. So obviously there wasn't any issue. They didn't have too much of an issue with him marrying her without permission. But yeah, when I brought up, oh, like we would just prefer to go and get married at the courthouse, the entire family looked at me like, you sit in the corner and we're going to plan this. Like, do not speak again. Do not speak on this matter. That was the look I got. So, and my mom is not even that traditional. Like my family, realistically, like when it comes to African families, like we're really not that traditional. But marriage is one of those things you do not play with, because if you are taking it as seriously as you should be, you should be having the family involved if possible, because you want the people that you trust most, the people that you love the most, to vet the person that you are about to marry. And you want to be as transparent with the situation as possible. Because I genuinely wonder if she had told her dad or her mom, like, yeah, I'm gonna marry this guy. He already owes me $10,000 and I haven't seen it, and he's even delayed on the payments. You think that the parents would have been like, yeah, let's marry him, get married to him? We know. No. Hell no. Anyway, that's enough of my yapping. Let's see, how long has the stream been going on for? Oh my goodness, we are at 4 hours. Okay, so I will see you for parts 9 to, maybe we'll do like 9 to 20 tomorrow. I feel like that's extremely ambitious. Maybe if I yap less, we can do, or on Monday, maybe we can do parts 9 to 20 on Monday. Maybe let's aim for like 9 to 15, and then we'll finish the rest up on Tuesday, potentially Wednesday, depending on availability. But I will schedule everything on YouTube and on Twitch so that you guys can join me for the remaining parts. But I hope you enjoyed this replay, and I'll chat with you later.